Hello, everyone. My name is Katy, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. Hope everybody's been having a good day and not too much bad things going on in your end of the world. I'm just going to wait for people to come in. Hopefully, they'll be here soon because that would be great if they did. All right. I want to put you over here so I can see you. Is anyone here yet? Let me know if you're here. Welcome to the chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Sorta, I don't know. I didn't sleep well because I keep having bad dreams and you know, and that's probably why I accidentally set the time for the wrong time. Apparently, when I looked at my life because it's getting ready to pull everything up, I discovered that I had set it for the morning, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, yeah. So that's probably because I can't think straight. Hello, Canadian lady. Welcome, welcome. So anyway, that's what caused all that. Hi, Jean. Hello, hello. Jaja was, yeah. So I hope everybody that tried to come on this morning will return back tonight. I'm sorry for the confusion. I just I can't think straight right now. That's what the problem is, and I I'm a little bit tired today. I did get sleep, so but it was broken up. I kept waking up from very strange dreams, which doesn't surprise me one little bit, considering the current situation going on. So I hope y'all will bear with me. I need to be with people right now, so that's why I didn't cancel the live. I don't want to be by myself, and because Nikolai's gone to sea, so I can't just like pick up Messenger and try to talk to him because he's working. So I need you guys. So yeah, all right. So one of the things I'm going to work on tonight is we're going to continue working on the Katy's creative chaos. We're going to work on that tonight. I did finish that block yesterday, but I am super unhappy with the Homestead Delight. I'm probably gonna make a second one because I'm a little bit unhappy with how the green just like destroyed everything else about it. So I'm not gonna take all the green out of it, but let me show you what happened. Usually you don't hear me say I'm unhappy about a block. But I think what I want to do is I'm going to make a second one and I'll make this an orphan block. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to change this. I'll either change the green here or I'll change the green here. I'm thinking that I might want to change it up here. That way we have a break between the green and the because this looks orange, but it's not orange. See? This is orange, but that isn't. So I think I'm gonna rework the block to see if I can get what it is I was after color wise. I still will use the green probably right here, but I think I'm gonna change this to a dark blue because that's what I was originally gonna do because we have this turquoise in the middle. So I'll update you when I've remade the block, and we'll turn this into an orphan block, which will be okay because I have lots of orphan blocks that need to be put into a quilt anyway, and it'll be a mix and mash of all kinds of sizes. I just have to figure out how I'm going to make everything plug into each other. And I don't know that I have enough orphan blocks yet, but I think I might have. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, this part here is what's bugging me. I meant for this to be, I think what I meant for to do was do the green here and do the dark blue here. And somehow I left out cutting the blue. And then when I realized I did, because I had cut more green, I decided to leave it and see what I was going to do about it. And then after seeing the block come together, I really feel like there's too much right here. Although it does lend to the name of the block, which is Homestead delight. So, you know, you got that homestead effect because of the green in here. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think there's too much green here and it makes me unhappy to look at it. So, I'm going to do another one. Use the same color here, use the same color here. But either I'll put the blue here next to the orange because I have a dark blue I want to use, or either I'll put the blue up here. I can't decide which end of this. I could also technically use a really dark purple because see, there is purple in that green. So I could do that too. I haven't decided which color I want to use yet. But yeah, I'm just not feeling this block. It's just like too much green. And I think that's what's tripping me up with it. Because when I got it together and I took a picture, I'm like, oh, this just doesn't look right. Because I don't know about anybody else, but does your eye get pulled to this? I bet it does, because my eye gets pulled to that. So something needs to calm it down just a little bit. So I could either calm it down with purple or dark blue, one of the two. So I'll figure it out. There's all kinds of colors that can, because orange and dark blue really do go well together. So I could do that, and that would pull the turquoise color out a little more and make it pop. So anyway, we'll see what I can figure out with this. Okay. And if you have any feedback, if you think there's a color I could try using to break this apart a little bit, let me know. Because I probably have it in my boutique scrap box. So anyway, that's where I am on this. I'm just not feeling it. And I really don't want to stick it in my quilt if I'm not feeling it. Because everything else I've been really happy with. This one I'm not. So, okay, enough of this one. Okay, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. I'm hoping Rita will come back in because Rita was in here this morning because I made a mistake on how I set up my live, and it was set for this morning instead of for this evening like I always do. I don't know what my brain is messed up right now because I'm, you know, I have a lot to worry about right now. So I think that's what's caused it. And so I'm sorry for anyone who showed up this morning not to find anyone here. My bad. Okay, so there's that. Tomorrow, for Friday's live, I'm just waiting for people to come into the chat, so that's why I'm not doing anything yet. Tomorrow's live, okay, so Cheri was supposed to be here tonight or today for my live, but she canceled because she's having she had pulled her shoulder muscle, so she's in bed. So that's why she's not here tonight. But tomorrow on Friday's live, Mona's going to come and sit and sew with me. So we're going to sew together. And I will be working on block number 31, in and out, which is I'll show you what it looks like. Yeah, hold on a minute. I have to look up what in and out is on page 338. So let me show you what we're going to work on. And it is block number 661. And so this is what the block looks like. And this is the makeup of the block. So it's a really simple block with just a few half triangles in it, but everything else is squares and rectangles. So we'll be doing that tomorrow while Mona's visiting sewing with us. Okay, and then Saturday, we're going to work on, I definitely want to work on my Tula dragon fruit. We'll do some more block making there. And then Sunday, we have our piece of buying mending pieces live with Danny and Myra. So that's the plan for the next few days. So anyway, that's what we're going to do. And as I said, tonight we're going to work on the channel sew along. Okay. And hello, Andrea. Hello, Jackie. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Cindy. It's good to see you. I agree, too much green on that. Yes. Hi, Linda Faust. How are you? Um, okay, so as you can see, I have another block laid out here to sew together for another 9-patch block. So let me show you what it looks like. We're going to sew this one together. This one's really weird the way it's laying. I probably need to press it some more. And I'll probably go over there and do that in a minute. All right, so this is what this block's going to look like. And then I'll bring out the rest of what I've been working on with this. We'll probably go ahead and put sashing on 2 sides like you saw me do on the last time. And then I'll start with another set of hourglass blocks as well, because I'm trying to get, I need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 6 more blocks. But we might be able to add on 1 set, or at least a set on the bottom so you can see the quilt top grow a bit. So we're going to work on that too. So yeah. Okay. Linda says she's good. Thank you. How are you? I'm hanging in there, you guys. That's about the best I can give you right this minute. I can tell you as an update, because I have been updating you on what's going on over here a little bit, and I know it makes some people uncomfortable, but y'all, this is my life right now, and I feel like I have a right to share that with you guys, because you're not going to know what's going on unless I tell you what's going on. And hi, Andy, it's good to see you. Hello, Jacqueline. Okay, and welcome to the channel. She says, hello, new here. Welcome to our channel. And Andrea, I hope you're feeling better. Okay, so the first C-130J landed in Nuuk in the early hours of this morning from Denmark. I don't know what was on the flight exactly. I'm sure that they're going to update the civilians soon on who was on that big plane. And we have military coming from Germany, from France, and from Norway. They are sending people over here. I don't have an idea on what type of troops are sending, or I think the main thing they're going to do for the next few days is they're going to evaluate the whole country and determine what they're going to fly in and where they're going to strategically put everybody. I do know that they're going to strategically put military in every infrastructure that needs protection. And so we probably will see military in my town because we have infrastructure here. We have a new airport that's not, it's finished, but it's been barricaded to keep any aircraft from landing on it because they're not done with certain things. I think they're working on the communications tower, and they're also working on security and their training staff. There's a lot of things that still takes a few months, and that's why we're not opening until April the 16th. So there's that. We also have a port here. So they'll probably be putting in different things relating to that. And so I'm not exactly sure how many actual airports we have here. We have Narsarsuaq, we have here, then we have Pamut, Nuuk, Sissimut, Ilulissat, Asiat, and I think there's a couple other airports that have runways. Oh, and Kangerlussuaq, and I think there's a couple other places that have a runway besides, and the East Coast has a gravel runway, and Denmark just distributed money to build a new runway there, but I doubt that will start until the spring because it's freezing right now, and the East Coast is way colder than the West Coast is. So I don't know that they're going to get started on anything with that right now. And I want to know what y'all been working on today. So anyway, that's basically the update I know right now. That's about as all I know that's going to be going on. And I'll keep y'all updated as time moves on. Hey, Teresa, would you like to join me on the live tonight? Sorry, I don't mean to Shanghai you. But anyway, what do y'all think about this layout of this block? Do y'all like it? Let me know if you like it all right. Like it. It's very colorful and interesting with all the textures going on in it. All right, so anyway, so let's get sewing on this. I'm going to flatten this one. It's like sticking up in the middle for some weird reason. Oh, look, I fixed it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is sew this to this, this to this, this to this, and then we'll continue on. Jackie says it looks good. Andrea says she loves it. And Teresa says, yes, I can. Send a link, please. Okay, let me get you set up. Let me go over and grab the link. I'll put it in your messenger. Okay, link is sent. All right. Andrew says I edited a video and I'm waiting for it to upload to YouTube. Can't wait to see it. And Crafty or Andy says she likes my top. Thanks. I usually don't wear this because I think it is too tight, but you know, I'm always paranoid about that kind of thing. I don't like wearing clothes that I don't know. I love the top, but I love how it shows. What I don't love about it is I think it shows too much. Hi, Teresa.
Hey, Katy. How are you doing?
I'm all right. How about you?
Okay.
I needed to be with people. I'm not myself today, but I couldn't cancel because I don't want to be by myself. So we're gonna muddle through all this tonight.
Okay. Well, I can be here for a while.
Good, 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 good. That's good.
I'm just
What do you
still
plan on
working on my FPP stuff.
Those flying geese are amazing.
Yeah, but boy, I'll tell you, it's time consuming.
How long is that going to be?
Well, I think I need two that are like 52 inches and then two that are 60 inches. So I got three done. I just have one more to do.
I was going to ask if you show it. Hang on, if this thing will let me spotlight. Oh, there we go. Wow, that's pretty amazing. What size are the flying geese sizes? Do you know?
Well, let me see. Looks like about 2 inches by 2 by 3.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
They're pretty. I love it.
And
Hi, Teresa. Are you enjoying that? She says EPP, so I don't know what she's talking about. That was from Cindy.
EPP is English paper piecing, which is by hand.
Yeah.
Papers with paper, fabric, and by hand. But this is foundation paper piecing, and you use a sewing machine. I suppose you could do it by hand.
Someone's brave enough to do that.
You need to sew on the line, you know. You could do it.
Let's see. Jackie says she's working on pot holders and zipper pouches. And what is everybody else working on? And Andy, what you got planned while you're watching? We'll be crocheting together next week. You want to have you broke out your crochet at all recently?
No, but I need to. I still need to put those granny squares together.
Want to come crochet with us on the live on Tuesday?
Next Tuesday?
Yeah, because that's our once a month crochet together.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think I have any other plans.
Okay, I'll send you a link for that because we'll be crocheting together. That's that once a month thing we do. Andy says she's finishing a demo gorgon. Oh, that'll be interesting to look at.
A demo gorgon. What's a
Yeah,
gorgon?
I don't know what a gorgon is either, but I bet it's something to do with a creature.
Yeah, some cartoon.
And Andy says, "Come on, Teresa." She wants you to join us.
Yeah, I need to get the Afghan made.
Yep. I think go ahead.
Get it off the UFO list.
Yep. Boy, I was when we were resetting the craft, or not the craft room, the cold room, because we moved things around because I fixed it so Nikolai could get straight at his Legos, and we moved my stuff to a different area of the cold room. And I came across 3 totes that had a bunch of just crocheted squares, and the squares came from me doing crochet square swaps.
Oh.
And we were mailing them back and forth across the ocean. So I have a bunch of blocks that need to be crocheted together. So I'm probably going to break out all those blocks that do need to be done together and show it to everybody, but I don't know when I'm going to do that just yet. Because I have a lot. Because for a while there, I was super active doing that, swapping, and I was also participating in a crochet designer thing where one week someone would design a couple rows of something, and then the next person would add their, they would crochet that, that area that was sent to each other. And then the next person that was in line would do the next however many rows and design something and send out the information. And then we switched to, and we came up with some really cool blocks doing that.
Sounds like fun.
It's a lot of fun. It's definitely a good teaching moment for sure, for sure. Hi, Gladys. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, Gladys. She said, oh, go ahead.
Were you going to say what she was going to say?
What you were going to say.
Yeah. She says it's from Stranger Things, so we'll have to look it up. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You are quick on the draw there.
Cindy, I do enjoy paper piecing. I guess this one seems a little stressful because it's not actually for me. So I don't feel like I can just take my time with it. I'm trying to get it done quickly because my sewing group is waiting for it, because this is the next piece in building the quilt that is being made. And so, I mean, they're not pressuring me. It's my own, it's my own pressure.
Your own self-pressure.
My own self-pressure, yeah. I just, get it done, out of here. And
it does look like a lot of fun, though.
It is. And I definitely want to save these papers a few of them for myself, to do this later on for one of my own quilts, because I think it's an awesome border.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, I would really like to put that quilt that I'm going to be putting together soon when I finish the rest of the blocks. It's like, wouldn't that look cool on the outside?
Mhm.
Especially because I'm using that strange setup that makes the blocks look like they're. I actually have a name for it, by the way, thanks to Sean. I was trying to come up with a name for that for those 1,000 blocks because of you saw the setting where they look like they're jangling around or shaking around kind of like. And I said, I need to come up with a name of this, even though um, it needs a name because even though I used all the blocks from out of a book, it needs an actual quilt name. And he says, well, what
Right.
about? He says, based on that layout you're going to do with those blocks, why don't you call it shaken blocks, like SHAKEN? You know
Yeah.
what? That really works. So I'm probably going to call it that because I think that's a great name, and it'll fit the title since the layout makes it look like the blocks got shook around. Hey, Dubrovka, it's good to see you. And she says, hi, Teresa. It's nice to see you both.
Hello. Good to see you too.
And we have Gladys in the house too, which is really cool.
Yeah. Hi, Gladys.
Hey, Gladys, do you want to share your channel? Type exclamation selfie. You need to share your channel too, Andy. You can type exclamation Andy. You don't have to use the selfie if you don't want to. And I need to share Teresa's. Let me put her in.
Thank you.
If you haven't been to Teresa Louise's channel, the link is going to show up here in a minute if the bot decides to wake up. All right, I'm waiting on the bot. Wakey, wakey. Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah, if you haven't been to Teresa Louise's channel, it's below where, well, it depends on who showed up first. And also go over to Gladys's channel and hit that subscribe button on both their channels. And yeah, start watching some of their videos too.
Yeah. Give me some lovin's.
Yeah, help that channel grow. You need to turn on your super chat stuff, woman.
I know.
Because I keep looking, I'm like, oh darn, I keep surprise her.
I know. People keep telling me that.
Well, it's our way of like helping, you know.
Right.
If it doesn't do nothing but buy you a cup of coffee. Not that I think you go out and buy coffee, but you know what I mean. You get what I
Right.
mean.
I used to go out and buy coffees
Yeah.
when there was
I
a
didn't know
coffee.
if you went out or not, but
Not not around here.
you kind of live in the boondocks like I do.
Yeah. They have a couple of places in Grangeville, but not that's an hour and a half away.
Yeah. That would be hardly not worth the while of going to get a cup of coffee.
No. But when I go to town, if I'm gonna have a bunch, if I have a lot of errands to do and stuff, I'll get myself a coffee. Yep. Just for the fun of it.
Let me see here. So Andy shared her.
Yeah.
Wait, did Andy share her channel? No, she didn't. I'm waiting on you to share your channel too, Andy. Don't make me do it. I fixed the bot, by the way. It
Yeah.
was posting uh you share your channel, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't telling you how to share your channel
Oh,
because I forgot to put that on there. And so everybody's probably like, well, it doesn't tell us how to do it.
Hmm. Well, it used to tell you how to do it. What happened?
I don't know. I guess when I was setting something up, I must have accidentally took something off of it or something. Because it said you can share your channel, but it doesn't tell you how to share. How do I share? You type exclamation selfie. Hey Sharon, welcome, welcome. It's good to see. Are you feeling better from? No, last night you were feeling badly. I'm still having a hard time. Part of my problem is it's not just about worrying about what's going on, but it's I'm not when I sleep I'm having bad dreams. And that is due to and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't control what my subconscious is doing. Um, I got sleep, but I feel like I didn't get any sleep. I'm so tired. Does that make sense, Teresa?
Yes.
It's like I even though I
Something.
went to even though I went to sleep, and when I got up, I'm like, I'm so tired. What is up with that?
Right.
So it's probably because I was having too many dreams. And then I kept hearing weird noises when I was asleep. So there was that. And I think that's just because I'm hyperactive right now. Hello, Belt Loop. It's good to see you. Belt Loop says, what's up, panel and chat? It's good to see you. And Belt Loop, if you want to share your channel, type exclamation selfie. Belt Loop also has a channel, and he's from Kevin's Tuber Chat channel. That's where I met him at. Um, and he's also friends with Butler Family Homestead. No, I keep putting Homestead on the end of that. It's Butler Family Farms, and I interviewed Susan Tuesday, and we're going to be premiering the podcast on Wednesday of next week. She's going to come sit in the chat, and then she's going to come sew with me on the 31st of this month. Come to find out, she's also a quilter, you guys.
Oh.
So y'all are going to get to meet someone you didn't know quilted. So, Teresa, what do you have planned for this year? Have you set some new goals, or what do you have in mind for the year?
Well, I'm still working things out, but my main goal is to de-stash and um, get, if I have any, which I do, UFO quilts, to get all of those done.
That sounds like
And I was thinking, instead of not allowing myself any new projects, because that never works, um, I'm going to limit myself. Try this. Limit myself to just 5 new quilt projects. So should something come up that I, really, really want to do.
Well, that sounds like a good plan.
And then I won't feel bad for starting something else when I have, a gazillion UFOs.
Belt Loop
Right.
says the butlers are good people. And Dubrovka says, Katie, I was thinking of you yesterday. Yeah, hello, Leanna. Welcome, welcome. She says, I will get back to your email. Hi, everyone on the chat. And Teresa, um, uh, what was it? Yeah, yesterday I didn't, because I was doing things yesterday. I had to wait because the meeting that they were having yesterday wasn't going to happen until like 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. And but I finally did see some of the meeting last night before I started my live, and I could tell, you could tell from the time they walked out of the door of the embassy to in front of the reporters yesterday, both their faces, you could see it didn't go well. Because she had our leadership from Greenland, she had a furrow right down the middle of her forehead. And you usually don't see that on her face. Usually she's smiling and happy, and yeah, they weren't happy yesterday. And then I guess this morning she talked to the news people here in Greenland this morning, and the news person asked her a question, and you could see it made her emotional because she just about cracked right in front of the camera.
Oh,
Because this is hard for everyone, especially the leadership. But they definitely told them, you're not going to do this. So we'll see what happens. And this morning they landed the first big huge C-130J this morning from Denmark. It landed around 5 o'clock this morning, Greenland time. So you all are going to hear discussion on and off from me about this, and I know that you may not want to hear about it, but this, I don't hide things. Remember, I share my life with you guys, and this is part of my life right now. So, and I don't feel like this is anything political. This is stuff happening to our country, or this country, and I'm a woman of two worlds. Yes, Rita, I did. Rita says, so I must have been super early this morning on YouTube, was all messed. No, it was me, man. I caused it. I don't know what the heck. Usually I don't even make that mistake. It's like the live last night was messed up because I forgot to turn on the closed captioning. So anyone who is hearing impaired was struggling last night. And then today it was setting my life for this morning instead of tonight. And when I got in here to look, I'm like, oh no. She says, no see, no hear, no talk. Wonder if that would work for me. Ha ha, says Rita. Oh. And Belt Loop says, I get it. Yeah, I'm just struggling, y'all. Just give me some grace and say prayers for Greenland if you believe in prayer. And, we all are going to need lots of good thoughts and stuff. And Saturday, there is going to be a huge demonstration in Greenland, another one. So they're going to be doing that Saturday. I don't know if our town is. I did ask that question and I haven't got an answer yet. Because if there is a demonstration, my behind's going down there to demonstrate with them. And I could video some of it so you guys can see it. I didn't know you could toggle on and off the closed caption. You can't. Once you go live with YouTube, and so basically when you're setting up a live with YouTube, you have to turn the toggle on. If you forget to do it like I did last night, I was already in the live, and the only way to fix it would have been to shut down the live. But I couldn't do that because I don't believe in shutting down my live, so I won't do that. So we start, but that puts hearing impaired people at a disadvantage. And I truly try to make sure that I have my closed captioning on, and it's because my brain is a little bit messed up right now because of all the things going on over here. The demonstration is to basically say that Greenland's not for sale. That's what it's about. That the Greenland people are not going to allow us to be or allow them to be reassimilated a second time. That is super cool. Circle fabric on those squares. This would be a great fussy cut. Huh? Oh, you mean, are you talking about these right here? Rita? You know, these were in charm square packs. I don't think I don't know. I need to look and see if I actually bought that fabric. I don't know. I may have. I'll go and look in a day or two because if I did, it was probably in fat quarter format, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to look and see. But this was from Charm Squares, so yeah, if that's what you're talking about, this one. Yeah, there's two different colors actually. This one's green. I also have one in, I think it's a bluish color. I'll see if I can find the other ones that look like this. Because I do have some. Because I think it's interesting. It reminds me of the bee, what do you call the part where the bee puts the honey and everything in for when they
The honeycomb? The
honeycomb.
comb?
Yeah, it's like a honeycomb. Yeah, it looks a lot like a honeycomb. See, Teresa?
Ah, yeah. Okay.
There we go, honeycomb. I couldn't think of the name of it. Katie, I went to the quilt store this morning. I spent money on fabric that I really don't need. My quilty friend was with me and we had a blast. That's excellent. Beltlow said, but isn't it available on replay? I didn't think they could close caption it when it's live. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, they can close caption when you're watching a replay. All you have to do is turn it on. But during a live, like you should be seeing closed captioning right now. Well, anyone see the closed captioning? Let me know because I turned it on. During a live, you can turn it on. And I have a
And
video. Go ahead.
you have to go through YouTube Studio through your laptop.
Yeah.
And schedule a live. And during that scheduling, that is one of the options that you can pick. Now, I don't schedule my lives that way. I use my cell phone. And that option is not
And
available
you
if
can't see it in your cell phone, can you?
Huh? What?
I said, so you can't see it on your phone, correct?
Right. There's not, that option's not available on when you schedule from your cell phone.
Now, can you
So
go back through
there's
your
that.
laptop? So when you set it up on the phone, you can still look at it through your laptop through the studio, yes?
You can, but you can't fix anything with it.
Oh, so you can't fix it after it's been done with the phone?
Uh-uh.
Okay, I haven't made a video about the cell phone part yet, but I did make a video on how to turn it on with your laptop or your computer. Same thing.
Because that's what I was going to do. I was just going to use my phone and do a bunch of them and then go back into studio through my laptop and fix whatever needed to be fixed, but
Can't
it
do it.
doesn't give you that option on those.
Oh, well, that's something that's short for YouTube then. Jojo says, my service is back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm running into the store real quick. Okay. CC works just fine. Rita says, okay, good, good, good. I was making sure. And Belt Loop says, I better get back to work. Enjoyed it. I was like number 18. I've heard hitting that helps the algorithm. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in and watching. Dubrovka says, I bet you will have a good turnout for your demonstration. I hope you do a video. Now, the one in Nuke, I can't video because I won't be there. But if they have one here in town, I will video it. I asked the question and I'm waiting to hear back on it because there's definitely a demonstration happening in Nuke. And I bet it's going to be a bigger crowd than it was the last time. Because last time it was like 4,000 people out of that 20,000 that lives there in Nuke. That was a pretty good chunk of people. And they were all standing in front of the U.S. Embassy. Did I tell you I had a comment on my live about my solidarity quilt that I'm designing right now, Teresa?
No, I don't think so.
So somebody was in the chat the other day when I was showing everybody what my intentions was, because I'm making one. So if anyone wants to do it, they can. Because Pat Sloan did it for the Ukraine, and I think it's a good idea if I do one, because I live here. And so this person I've never seen before came in the chat and said, you should put USA behind Greenland. And I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not what this is about. This is about Greenland not being for sale kind of thing. And she said a few other things, and I ended up clearing out what she said because it was not very nice what she said. And she got mad because I took her voice away.
Well, that's, the hard thing about talking about anything political on your channel is it opens up, everybody, what everybody thinks about it. And then some people just have to put their 2 cents in.
Yeah, but I really don't think this is so. Yes, it's political, but it's not political. It's political because political people are doing it. But the thing is I don't think any country has a right to go and stomp on another country's rights, And that's why I want to make a solidarity quilt, because this is wrong. And I would probably, well, I probably wouldn't be a quilter in the United States, though. I don't know. Because, I was gardening while I was there. I didn't have time for this. I did have a sewing machine, though, Teresa. But she called me a traitor. Gladys says, bye, Gary. Oh, so Beltloop's name is Gary? You have a great weekend too, Beltloop. I know you can change the closed caption, and it's been my experience that it automatically puts in closed caption after my live. Oh, okay. And Andrea says, yes, CC is on. Okay, good, good. I'm glad about that because I'm sorry about last night not being on. Jean says the hell with her. Yeah, it's okay. I took care of it. It's okay to say your opinion, but don't call me that because I'm not that. So, how's the weather your way, Teresa?
It's really sunny today. It's about 42.
Any snow on the ground?
There's snow on the ground, but not much.
You know that we had like 6 or 7 inches of snow on the ground, and then we had that wind for 4 days straight, and now we're back to square one again with no snow.
I thought we were going to get bombarded with snow this year, but nothing so far like normal.
Did you get that rain you thought you were going to get?
Yeah, we got rain, but the last couple of days it's been nice and it's cold, but it's sunny out, And it's been warming up. The high is about 40, but then at night it's getting down in the 20s.
Yeah, that sounds about right for Idaho. I know you said you live in the southern part of Idaho or the northern part?
Northern, well, north central.
Okay, so what's your daylight to darkness hours like living there?
I think it gets light around 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's starting to get dark around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Oh, so you have longer night hours like we do too then. Maybe not
Yeah.
as long as mine, but yeah.
I mean, we're starting to get more daylight hours now, or
Yeah.
minutes, I should say.
It seems like the height of our daylight hours seems to be right now currently right around noonish to one-ish. It seems like that's as bright as it is. And then by 3 o'clock, the sun, you can see the sun's going down already or disappearing behind the horizon line anyway. But we are getting a little bit more daylight, just not early yet. But we'll be headed to where it's all daylight again. So in the summer months, do you have long daylight hours too?
Yeah. Yeah, it gets light really early
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, stays dark pretty late, well after 9 o'clock.
Okay, let me see here. We got some more comments going. Hey, Linda, she says, good evening, everyone. Going to eat my dinner while I lurk. What's for dinner? And then Linda says to everyone, to Gladys, how have you been? I've been sewing on a sale all day and not sure if I can quilt tonight. Hey, Lori, she says, hello, ladies. It's good to see you. And then Andrea's weather is 63 degrees right now with the wind blowing from the southeast at 2 miles an hour. And our temperatures is at 24 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And it's the weather's being weird today. Or actually the last 2 days. Um, it's been super, super quiet. Uh, we don't have no precipitation. No, I'm not complaining because I can do without the wind. But it's really quiet right now. It makes me think something's going to happen. Hey, have you seen the update about the sun?
No.
It has 2 coronal holes in it now. And it looks like they're talking about there might be a piece of that ribbon peel off the sun and it might head in our generalized direction.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's not good.
no, because it's going to create some problems. But you might get lots of northern lights all over the place. I wish I could figure out how if the bot does things relating to the sun, like lets you know where if you're going to see northern lights in your area. I have an app that's on my phone that it announces when there's going to be CMEs. All right, what is everybody? Okay, I need to get people talking here. What can we talk about? Let me see here. Yesterday, I was asking all kinds of silly little questions. Let's see what I can ask. I got to think about it for a minute. What do I want to ask? Okay, let's talk about quilting for a minute. Do all of you have any of you set goals for 2026 that relates to quilting? Like, well, let me ask you this. Is anyone going to do a new project this year that you've been dreaming of doing and you're going to finally pull the trigger? Let me know on that one. What new pattern are you going to start for 2026? It doesn't have to mean you're starting it at the beginning of 2026. It can be you're planning on doing it this year, you just don't know when yet. So what quilt pattern are you wanting to start this year as a project? Rita says, no goals ever. Katie, what kind of machine are you sewing on? I am sewing on a Janome 6700P. This is my machine. And it's 6 years old this month. Hello, Sandra. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you here. Sharon says, yes, Hyperion is on my list. And wait a minute, I missed what Linda said. Woo, where's it at? She said what she was having for dinner. She made meatloaf with ketchup on top, real mashed potatoes with homemade brown onion gravy, and baby a sewer peas. I don't know what that means, but that sounds tasty to me. That sounds yummy, actually. Um, Dubrovka says, I never set goals. Um, okay, so anyone going to do a new pattern, or are you going to participate in a sew along? What's y'all's plan for the next few months? Any new project, or you don't know yet? I will be giving everybody I will be doing my year-end review in February, along with telling you what I plan on doing this year. I definitely want to do another channel sew along. I just haven't think I need a mathematician in my life to help me figure out something. Because I think we're going to go down the we're going to continue on with the charm pack, but I'm going to incorporate layer cakes into the mix. So I think I have an idea of what I want to do. I just need a little help with some math. Because when I did it, it didn't come out right. So something I'm missing on it. I don't know what I'm missing, but something. Sandra Kay said she just finished a sew along top. Uh-oh, somebody retracted a comment. Andrea says a double wedding ring quilt and a sunbonnet soup quilt. Cool. Rita says your new pattern is going to be fun. Nope, not telling yet. Uh-oh. Yeah, you know what it is. I just need to figure out the math on it. I'm still having a little issue with it. And
I'm thinking about
go ahead.
I'm thinking about doing a mystery sew along with laundry basket quilts.
That sounds like fun. Is it a freebie?
That's what I gotta check. I got in late on her live today.
Uh-huh.
And she talked a little bit about it, but she didn't mention that. So, but they did say that the first block is going to drop tomorrow on their website. So I need to go over there and look and see, because that is one of my quilts that I would like to make, is one of hers, because I just love her quilts. But they, she's like not beginner friendly, in my opinion.
She
I
probably
think
does stuff, probably. I've
she
never
does a
done
lot
stuff.
of
Yeah.
half square triangles, Y seams, all kinds of crazy stuff, and little things. She does little stuff, but they're beautiful. Her quilts are just absolutely beautiful.
I must
So,
have been crazy when I did that block last week that had 64 half square triangles in it. I'm like, what was I thinking?
I did one time when I made a quilt, I had almost every piece, every unit was a sew and flip, and so I double sewed them so that I would have half square triangles left over.
Uh-huh.
And they measured out to be, I think, 1 3/4 after you squared them up, the half
Yeah.
square triangles. So then I had this pile of half square triangles. So I went and looked through all my books and found one that had a whole bunch of pad or blocks that used half square triangles. And I just started putting my half square triangles together by looking at those blocks. And the quilt turned out really pretty.
Yeah, I bet it did.
So, and I still have more half square triangles.
I know when I participated in a mystery quilt sew along through this virtual quilt guild. When she gave us the ones for the half square triangle part of it, there was 480 of those. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? I am going to use half square triangle paper because I absolutely wasn't going to draw lines because that would have took freaking all day long just to do that. So when I planned out the colors for each set of half square triangle papers, I did all of that in one day. You know what? It took me 3 days to make 484 patches for that same quilt top. Because it was 480 half square triangles and 480 4 patches.
Oh my goodness.
Insane. I'm like, what was, you know, and I'm like, oh my God. And I did the whole thing in batik, so it came out really, I actually did colors that were pretty close to Ukrainian colors. And so it came out really nice. It's turquoise and blues and some yellow. And it's really pretty. I just haven't got it quilted yet. Oh, look at here. Here's part of it.
Oh yeah.
Let me go over here and press it.
Linda says, I don't know if you read this one or not, but it's red rose paper pieced with black background, Alice in Wonderland fat quarter quilt, and I still have the tree frog kit from Legit Kits.
Oh,
so
cool.
Irish Cell Lady, that's what sounds like she's gonna do. And then Good Stuff says, got my daily 9 patch done, working on the Brain Dead Victorian and my Groundhog Day UFO.
Oh, that sounds like y'all gotta post your stuff when you get it done.
And Sharon says, Cindy, Alice in Wonderland is a beautiful quilt.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun making it. It looks like there's gonna be a few people doing it.
Yeah, I think so. Rita says, I have one seam left to sew, and this very colorful quilt is going to be completed. Yay!
Yay!
Lots of colors, and it's amazing. Oh, I can't wait to see it. And Cindy says, it's exciting to work on it. She's talking about the Alice in Wonderland, I think.
Yeah, it looks. I think what's gonna snag my behind is when we get to those flying geese and it's doing 4 in a row, four at once, and I cannot do those that way. So I got to figure out a different way of doing it, like one at a time. I tried looking for paper piecing for that size, and there's no such thing. So I'm gonna have to figure out the math on it. It's supposed to finish at 2" by 3" I think, or 3.5, one of the two. I think it's 3.5. Let me look. And every time I've ever done 4 in a row on, you know, four flying geese at once, I epically failed. And I'm just not willing to waste any more fabric trying to figure out where I go wrong on it. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it the hard way, or either build my own paper piecing for it. Let me see. You have to do. Let me see. There's actually, this one has different size ones on this one. So this one looks like it has seem to sew 4 2.5 by no, wait, 2 3/8 3. What? Wait, no.
Okay. Lori, I got to ask you. Lori said, my goal is to start and or finish 26 thongs. Okay. I would like to know.
They're 2" by 3.5". So I got to figure out how to do individual ones based on that size. And I'm not sure. I'm assuming that the rectangle needs to be 3.5 inches long, but the square should just be 2" squared, right? Because see, what they're doing is having you trim down. So whatever size it was before that is being trimmed down to 3.5 by 2. So I have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because I struggle hard. It's hard enough just doing regular ones. I've tried so many times doing the 4 together, and it's always a failure. Always.
Yeah.
They always come out where the points are the 1/4 inch seam allowance is not sitting on top of those points. And yeah, I'm just not going to waste fabric doing it. I agree, Katie. I only do one flying geese at a time. There you go. See, I'm not the only one. I can't afford to waste fabric.
Right.
Not
Andrea says she's working on patterns for her book.
That's great.
Yeah.
There's a couple people that need to be writing books for their patterns. Like Andy from Crafty Witch, she needs to be thinking about making a book for all those little critters she makes from her own patterns that she creates. She needs to write a book about hers.
Mm-hmm.
And she says she's got a story. She's writing a story right now that has to do with the Cheez-It little critter she makes and something else. She's got like 4 or 5 stories already started on. I'm like, you need to write a book. 4 at a time flying birds are the only way I do them. Refuse to make one at a time. Well, you probably have it conquered. I don't. And I'm not going to waste fabric epically failing every time. I've tried in the past and always fail. I end up with chopped off tips. Andy says it's on the list. Everybody, y'all need to be yapping at her. Y'all, you need to write a book. You need to write a book. She says, Detective Mac and Cheese. She says, that's what it's going to be called. Detective Mac and Cheese. So I think it's going to be lots of fun. There are just some things, Rita, that a lot of people can do easily, and some of us are challenged by it. And that happens to be one of my at least flying geese. Is that the time for the create a book song? Is there a song for that? Oh, I need to hear that one. The Yarn Snack Mysteries is a great title, Andy. You'll have to show Teresa Tuesday what your little critters look like. She makes some really cool ones. She made a Native American doll for someone without a pattern. The person just showed her a picture. That doll came out so beautiful. I'm like, she needs to make me a Greenlandic doll. But I don't know if she could incorporate all that coloration that's involved in a Greenlandic doll.
Hi, Sylvia.
Rita says, note to self, dislike flying birds, period. Just do not tell anyone. Who just came in? Hey, Sylvia. That's who came in. Sharon says, there's a flying geese ruler by Creative Quilter that helps with flying geese to come out perfect. Yeah, I don't want to spend money on another ruler that I might not know how to figure out to use. I have rulers here, I don't even know how to use them. I have like 4 of them. I don't know what to do, how to even use them. Because I got sucked into that little rabbit hole. I'm going to do a live about yeah, that I know what. I can give you a little bit of a hint of what I plan on working giving y'all guys this year. I am going to do little short lives. Like one night it's going to be about rulers, all the rulers I have in this house, and we're going to talk about the ones I like, the ones that I don't like, and also I'm going to talk about why you really don't need a lot of the rulers that I actually have in this house. you know, as especially for beginner quilters, because there's a lot of these rulers you don't really need them. You can get away with 3 or 4 rulers and be just as good a quilter as someone who has multitude of them, right, Teresa?
Yeah. Yeah, there are certain rulers that I just don't use. They sit over there, and I just have like 3 or 4 that I use most of the time. And most of the extra rulers I have is because of the sew sampler box.
Mm-hmm. That's where some of mine came from. Like that, was it Doug? What's his Doug Lito or whatever his name is? The one that does the corner the corner ruler. Let me see if I can find the ruler. I have 2 of them. I have a small one and a big one, and I have no idea how to even use them. And that came, I think both of them might have came in my sew sampler box.
Yeah, I have a lot of them are like specialty for specialty blocks and stuff. But I never did make the quilt. So,
So here's an example of one I have that I haven't even took the plastic wrap off of. This one. I don't even know how to use that ruler.
oh,
It's a non-slip square on a square 8-inch trim tool.
huh. Yeah,
And this
that
is,
looks kind of confusing.
yeah, when you're looking at it, I'm like, what are you supposed to, yeah, and I haven't took the paper off of it. I guess I could so you can see the ruler better, but yeah, I didn't even take the plastic off that one. And I bought this because someone was promoting it. And at the time, it also, I guess apparently you can use it for the, oh, looky here. Look, Teresa.
Oh,
Apparently you can use that ruler for these 3 different blocks.
okay.
But do I know how to use it? No.
Yeah, no.
That's the problem.
I don't have that one.
So there's a few of them I'm like, I should have not, I don't know what I was thinking when I bought them. And you know, and most of these rulers probably got bought when I first started out as a newbie. You know, I mean, the very first 2 rulers I bought was a Missouri Star. There was 2 of them. I bought the long one and the shorter one, which is usually the standard that most quilters buy anyway. And at the time, I bought them because they were good priced. I just, you know, and there's nothing wrong with the ruler itself. What's wrong with it is the color that's on it, the green.
Yeah.
And when the light hits the green, then it bounces off the green and then hits my glasses and causes a glare in my eyes. And so I can't see the numbers on the ruler. So then I bought one Creative Grids of that long ruler, the longest ruler. I bought one of those from Creative Grids to see, you know, if I could see that one because I needed a long ruler that I could actually see the numbers on, and that I could see. And so I started buying a Creative Grids here, Creative Grids there. I mean, you know, I have quite a bit of them of the Creative Grids. But now I want to get. I have those, and I tried out. I think they're Fiskars rulers, and there's the same problem with that one with the glare on it. Is there's some kind of covering on it that's causing it. So what I want to do is give the rulers that I don't use to other people, and I just don't know who needs rulers that I could, you know, send them to, you know, and let them try them out. If they don't like them, then they can pass it on to the next person. Because sooner or later, it's going to come across someone that likes the rulers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I haven't figured out how to figure out who would mind, who needs rulers that watches my channel. I noticed that Rita only has a couple of rulers. She says she has a 3-inch by 18-inch. And Rita says, that ruler is well, put it this way. I found a great use for it, and it is not making flying birds. Ha ha. And Ninja says patterns of a wonky life. That sounds like fun. And then, okay, wait a minute.
My favorite ruler that I use, probably, well, it depends on what I'm doing, but I would say probably at least 75% of the time is this Quilter Select ruler,
Yeah, I have one of them.
and it's
Give mine away.
6 by 12.
I think that's what size mine is.
The whole back is non-slip.
See, I like.
And once you get used to maneuvering it, it works great. But it took me a little while to get, because you have to pick it up like this and move. You can't just slide it across anything because it won't move. So you got to kind of pick it up and move it along your fabric and then lay it down.
I can't
But
see the numbers on it.
So this one, and then the other one I use most of the time is my 6.5 by 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
That one. I have several of these. This one just happens to be tulip pink, and I got it in a box from the sew sampler.
I have one of those.
So I use those a lot. And then the other one is the Omni Grid, the big one. It's 6 by 24. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
6 by 24. So when I'm cutting yardage, then I
Yeah,
use this one. So that's
24.
what's that? 3 rulers. But I have like 50 rulers probably.
We should do a what do you call it when you ask people how many rulers you own? You know, like when someone asks how many of something you have. We should do a poll like that.
Oh yeah. How many rulers do you have?
Yeah, that would be fun to do it on a community tab. How many rulers do you have?
Now
Comment below.
the one specialty ruler that I do use is my block lock, but that's just for half square triangles, and then that's up to a certain size because I don't have the big one.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have a few big square rulers, because when you need to square up a big block, those are pretty handy. But you
Yeah.
don't have to have those, to square up a big block. So yeah, I agree with you. Oh, very pretty. Yeah.
You know, good. Okay, let me go see. Let me get the rest of what I've been working on with that.
Yeah, when I first started quilting, I think I just had like those 3 or 4 rulers to start out with. And then they just started growing.
No, it morphs.
Yeah, they just started they just started growing.
It's like once you get started, you just like, oh, let's try this one. Oh, let's try. At least that's what when I first started out doing this. That's how it happened with me. I was like, or someone would, or Kimberly would show a new ruler and say, you know, you can use this for this, this, and this, and then instead of thinking about it before you pull the trigger, you go and buy it while she's talking about it, and probably you should have waited, you know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of rules I don't have regrets on, but there is some I'm like, why did I buy this? I don't even use it. I mean, like the one I showed you still wrapped in plastic. I've never used it. Because part of it's because I have no idea how to use it. Or if it even would benefit me to have it, you know. You learn and these are things we could pass off to newbies.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a few rulers like that. I was going to do certain block of the month.
Uh-huh.
And so I bought all the stuff for it, which included a ruler, and I ended up not doing it. So now I have all the fabric in the ruler.
Yeah. Okay, so last time we was working on this sew along, I think it was a week ago or so, we had put together this block, just to remind you. So we did this one. And then we also have this one done. It's like this. So we got this one. I thought I had some more of these though. Maybe I didn't. So what I'm going to do with these two is I'm going to go ahead and put the sashing on two sides. But let me show you where we're at on this, the whole piece itself. Because right now I have, currently there is, I need to turn it the direction. Yeah, there we go. I want to turn it in the right direction so I know what I'm talking about. Oh, maybe I had it in the right direction. So right now we have 1, 2, we have, I have to look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 4 blocks across. Yeah, 1, there's 2, there's 3, and then this one on the end is 4. So right now it's 4 across. So what I'm going to do is now I have, once I get these 2 blocks done, that means I'll have 4, and I'll go ahead and put the 4 on the bottom so you can actually see the length of this, because right now you can see the width of it. I think I want to make it do 2 more blocks across, you know, so instead of having 4, have 6, and then do like 7 down. And that'll be a nice size, twin size, I think. And then I can, what do you think, Teresa?
Yeah, that'll be pretty big.
Yeah, it'll be big enough for like a
I think
twin
it'll be
bed
bigger than a twin.
sofa. You think it'll be bigger than a twin?
Uh-huh. With 2
Okay.
more, those are pretty big blocks, right?
Yeah, they're 16 3/4 inch blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And then between each 16 3/4 block, I put a 1 inch sashing in here, which knocks it down to 1/2 inch right here. So, yeah. And I think it would be big enough for a child's bed or for a sofa to cuddle up in, you know, that size. But it is going to be colorful. One thing I learned about this though, you know how I should not have, I'm going to, one thing I'm going to say about this pattern of mine, the 16 3/4 inch block works as far as the overall setup of the block. What I messed up on is when I said let's do one in one direction and then flip it sideways and then flip it again. When you flip it, you can't line up any of this right here. What I mean is have this parallel to each other. You can't once you flip it because the sashing flips with it. And when you do that, it offsets everything. So I think that the title of this quilt is really good because it's being called Creative Chaos. Because when someone looks at it, they'll see where it's lined up in one spot, but it's not lined up in another with the blocks. I don't know if you can see right here where it's not lined up. See right here?
Yeah.
And it's because I flipped the block. And so because it has sashing on it, and when you twist the block around, it offsets it here. And at first I was a little bit worried about this. And then I got to thinking, well, the title is My Creative Chaos. So don't worry about it. If they don't get it from the title, then, you know, whatever, you know,
right.
This is meant to be this way because I twisted the block around. Now,
So did you say you were going to go 6 by 7?
Yeah,
6, 4.
Yeah, I think 6 across, 7 down. What do you think?
Okay. So if there's and you said they were 16
So the main big block, this piece right here, these blocks finish out at, or they're unfinished at 16 3/4. And then whenever I put them together, I add another sashing here, and then there'll be
Right.
one up underneath.
Well, if I just do 16 finished with 6 blocks across, that's 96 inches.
But is that more like a double size?
That's more like a queen. And actually, um, in some, if it's just in some worlds, it can be a king if it's just going on the top of the bed. So
What
like the quilt that I have on my bed is 96-inch square, and
Uh-huh.
it hangs over by about
Oh, it has
12
a
inches
break on
all the way
it.
around.
Okay. So do you think I should
So,
make it 5 by 6 instead of 6 by 7?
well, if you want just a twin size, let's see
Yeah.
what's the book say.
It's, oh, you got the book. I don't have the book. I need to buy that book.
So,
Hi, Melissa. Welcome, welcome. Sassy says that's looking good, Katy. Thank you. Sharon says that quilt top is beautiful. That's your holding. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is our channel so long that I'm showing you guys that we started back in February, and we're going to try to finish up, I hope, by the end of February, by getting it at least. And when I mean by finish, I mean just finish the quilt top, not the getting it quilted or anything, because it's gonna quilting will have to come later. It'll be added to the other 25 I have unfinished that needs quilting.
okay, Katie.
Okay.
A twin size mattress, the top, we're not talking about going over or anything, just the top
Mm-hmm.
is, it says it's 39 by 75.
Okay, let me write that down. So for twin, 39 by 75.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Well, this is
That's
already
just the top of the bed.
just the top of the bed. Okay.
So if you want it to have like a drop, then you have to figure out how much drop you want on either side. So
Well,
let's say it says if you want a 10-inch drop, then you would make it 59 by 85.
okay, 59 by 85. And I think I already said this was how wide again? Don't remember.
So if I do, okay, so let's see, 59 divided by 16. So that is like 4 blocks across.
Yeah, because right now there's 4 blocks on here,
Yeah,
quite wide already.
yeah,
It's two down, and it's just two down at the moment.
right.
So
So you would want um
maybe,
4 or 5 down.
yeah, I don't want to make it so I don't need to add any more width on it.
No, I wouldn't, if not if you want a twin size.
Okay, so then we could take it. We're already 2 on here. We could take it down 3 more rows.
2 to 3, yeah. If you go,
If we do a perfect square, it would be 4 by 4. But if I do 4 by 5, then it'll be longer than
yeah.
wide, which is what I wanted.
So 5 would be 80 inches.
Okay, 80 inches. Okay, let me write that on here. That's doable because what I'm going to
Yeah.
do, I'm going to
So
give it to one of my grandkids.
4 by 5
So it'll be four
is
by 5 blocks. Yeah.
64.
And I want to put a border around it to lock in all the seams. What width? I'm thinking either 3 inch or 3.5 inch. What do you think?
So if you did 4 by 5,
Yeah,
that would be 64 by 80.
64 by 80. Okay.
Yeah.
And then if
Uh,
I on what 3.5 inch border around that,
yeah, I would do at least 3.5.
either 3.5 or 4 inch. I don't want to go any wider than that.
Yeah.
And that'll lock in all these seams here. And that would make it a little bit bigger yet. So if I did a 3.5 inch, that would be 67.5 by 80.
84,
Wait,
83.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
three,
that's plenty big enough for a twin.
okay. All right, I think that's a great idea. Okay.
Because that gives you like more like 12-inch drop on the sides. And
Yep. Yeah. And then I can get a picture of it because Andrea's writing the pattern for me because I did all this for my head. And she's writing a written pattern that someone can follow along with. And she just needs a
I'll,
picture.
I'll take a picture of this
Okay.
and send it to you.
That would be great because I don't have that book.
That way you'll know the sizes.
Okay.
At
Perfect.
least at least tells you what
Yeah.
size the top of the mattress is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you know that's pretty helpful, you know.
Yeah. It's like the 1,000 blocks so I'm doing. It's according to the book, if I use the book setting, it says that, but now they're calling for, and I'm not going to do it. It calls for, hang on a minute, and I'll show it to you again to remind you what it looks like. Um, it says with 36 blocks, uh, hold on a minute, it's on page 511. Okay, so it says, um, it's if I use, which I'm using this setup right here, it's going to be 102 by 102, and the block settings are 6 by 6, talking about the size of the sashings and stuff. So you have 6.5 inch sashings going one direction, and the so they're 3.5 inch wide. But I think I'm going to shrink it down to 2.5 because I feel like 3.5 is too big, and it calls for 6.5 inch border around here, and I don't want to do a 6.5 border. I think I'm going to do more like a 4 inch border. What do you think?
Yeah.
I think that would work and still make it look good. 6.5 seems, because 6.5 for the 6.5 inch strips, you're going to use 3 1/8 yard just doing the borders. Oh, well, it includes the binding in this too. The backing's going to take 9 3/4 yard for the
Wow.
back. Yeah. And batting is going to have to be 110 by 110. So it gives you all this layout. So that's a lot to, considering how big this thing's going to be. I think it's going to be even bigger than my Cheri do because my Cheri do is like 92 by 70 something, I think. I can't remember. I haven't measured it after I put a border on it. So now that changed the size of it. And I think I put a 4 inch border around it. I'm almost sure I did. So that's going to be, whoever quilts is going to have a big long arm. I guess. I mean, I don't know. You're a long armor. I don't know how that works.
Well, I can do 96 inches pretty comfortable. And I can do 100, but
Okay.
it's tight. It's uncomfortable. I can do it, but it's, you know.
So when someone brings you
So
a big,
mine's a 12-foot frame. So if you have a quilt that's bigger than 96 one
Mhm.
way,
You know,
you need to find a long armor who has a 14-inch frame.
okay. I was about to ask that question.
Or just at least ask them if, you know what your sizes are. Because when I have that big of a quilt, I don't need my backing. I don't need that 4 inches all the way around on my back. I can get away with 2 inches.
Okay.
Um, And I know a lot of long armors want 4 to 6 inches extra all the way around for the back. And that's to have their
That, yeah, leeway.
things clipped on, you know. I never required that. I'd like at least 3 inches, but you know, I can manage it with 2. As long as the quilt is pretty square, you know, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's not a lot of wonkiness to the quilt movement.
These always got to be so weird.
Or you could just do it by hand.
No,
Yeah, no.
no. I still haven't learned how to tie off. I'm going to try to, I was thinking about when I do come to the States, bring my hand quilt that I'm working on. And if I get to come when I plan on coming, I'll get to see Cheri, and Cheri's the one that's been teaching me how to hand quilt.
Hmm.
And she can show me if I'm standing there watching her tie off, maybe my brain will click because seeing it on the video, you're opposite to me on the camera. And maybe that's what's wrong.
Yeah.
I've tried 2 different methods and neither one of it clicks with me. So there's that problem.
Good Stuff says that the Rita's link in the chat isn't working. Or she's
Okay.
getting
Okay.
an error code.
Yeah, let me see if I get an error when I type her name in. Hold on a minute. Let's see. I think I called it Rita. Let me see if we get an error with that one too. There we go. Let's see if the bot gives me an error. Yeah, I'll check the link because it must be something I did between each one. Oh, come on. Wakey, wakey. Or it's not going to give me nothing at all. That's interesting.
Looks like it's just thinking.
It must be because it's not doing anything. Oh, there
There.
we go. Now let me go see if I can follow it. Yep, it says this page isn't available. So there's something wrong with the link itself. Oh no. Well, dang.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you, because now I've got to figure out what's wrong with it.
I'll be right back, Katy.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. That means I need to figure out what's wrong with it. Hello, Stephanie. How are you? Let me, Rita, can you do me a favor? Can you type exclamation selfie and let me see what your link looks like? Because apparently the bot sees it as a different way and it's wrong. It's because it's sticking that @crafting_with on there, I think is what the problem is. Melissa says she got an error as well. Okay, Rita, will you share your channel, please? Pretty please. That is if she's still here. She might not be here anymore. Let me see if she's still here. Yeah, she's still here, all right. All right, I need this to be 12.5 inches long. And we need one, well, I'm gonna cut 2 because we've got to cut 2 different lengths on here because we're putting the short side on one side and then I have to add an additional 1 inch, which would be 13.5, I think. No, 13. And Andy's sharing her channel chat. Thank you, Andy, for sharing that. She says, I'm prepping dinner. Andrea's also showed up. Yep, yep. How you doing, Steph? Make sure you share your channel. Exclamation selfie. Because you're welcome to do so. And I'm gonna save these because we're gonna use them on the cornerstone. And then the other one needs to be 13. Yeah, I think it's 13. Katy, is Nikolai's ship fixed? How is he doing? They're still working on fixing the problems with it, but they are at sea. And they are, he said they dropped the gear last night. Now, I haven't got the chance to talk to him today yet. I'll probably talk to him after the live, more than likely. And we'll see where they are on fixing the problem. I'm hoping that they were able to fix he said part of the stuff had to do with the crane. Some of the issues that they inherited where the other team wrecked it was the crane was messed up. Something about I don't have a total understanding of the crane, but they put a plug in somewhere that it wasn't supposed to be there, and it caused problems with they use these really heavy steel lines that run along the gear, and so it foobarred that, and yeah, it's a disaster. And the other thing has something to do with the engineering department. So as of last night, they were still working through all the problems that's wrong. And that's what he told me last night anyway. So yeah, y'all, he's pretty frustrated. And the captain is really mad, which I can't say I blame him one little bit. Not at all, because it's just not, and this is not the first time that they have brought their ship into port only to find a disaster on it. So I think that there's going to be a talking going on with the office about it, because this shouldn't be going on. And it probably, who knows, maybe the captain, Nikolai said if they did anything about it, they would probably have to start at the top and fire both the skipper and the head of the engineering department and a couple of other areas, the deck as well, because all of this stuff was, when they got the ship, it was in chaos. And it costs money to take time to fix this because you don't get to fish. Do they have a mechanic with, yes, they have engineers on board. They have they have 3 different teams that work on board, maybe 4, but I think it's 3 teams. And that doesn't include the chef and the mess girl. That's what Nikolai calls her anyway. So you have an engineering department, you have a deck department, and you have a factory department. And there's deckhands that are up on. So Nikolai is first mate, so he runs the deck. They have a chief down in the factory that runs that crew. And then the engineering has a chief engineer, and he has workers up underneath him, because there's about 25 people that live on board. Sometimes it goes up when they have inspectors that stay on board with them, and to watch them do their job and fine them if they don't do the rules, which Nikolai's team never gets fined for anything because they do all they're supposed to be doing. So I think the inspectors not only check, for safety and stuff like that, but they also check for the handling of the shrimps, all that kind of thing. They check out and make sure that all the laws and everything are being followed. But they don't have inspectors on board every trip. It's just several times a year they get on board and check things out. Hi, Jess. It's good to see you.
Hello, Jess.
Hi, Katy. I'm popping in, but I'm lurking. I need to vacuum and mop so I can see tonight. Laugh out loud. Chores. Gross. So you can see what tonight? Do you hear Nora snoring?
No.
He's snoring. Yes, the ship is big. It's 75 meters long by 16 wide. Their new ships are even bigger than that. They have 4 new ships now. And they're even longer than the Agamalek. But this ship that they're on right now, the Agamalek, the company would have been better off selling it and keeping the Kakaxiak that Nikolai came off of. Because with the Kakaxiak, they never had any trouble with it. And with this Agamalek, it's always something. It's like the ship itself is cursed. And I know that sounds all melodramatic, but it's the truth. All right, what did I do with that other 12-inch block?
Sometimes they're just lemons, you know, like
Yeah,
cars.
Yeah, this one is a total lemon. And Nikolai says basically the reason it's this way is because the original 2 teams, which one of the teams happens to be the opposite, the one that just got off board, that was one of the teams, and the other one went to one of the new boats. And part of the problem is they didn't upkeep the ship like they were supposed to. And so now, because the ship is much older, way older now, it's constantly having trouble. It's always something. You know, Nikolai was making tons of money when he was on the Kakaxiak. I mean, our income was extraordinary. And since he's been on this ship, it's dropped because of all the problems it has. It's really sad. Lori says, I hear her snoring on my headphones. Yeah, she's snoring. I think she meant so. Huh? Oh, so,
Yeah,
gotcha.
Jess, yeah.
Okay, because I saw C.
Yeah.
Which means it's the phone correcting her language, because it does that to me when I type in so, it'll put C in its place. And I'm like, why are you doing that? So is not an incorrect word. What time is it in Greenland? It is 4:20 in the afternoon, Arizona time. It is currently 9:19 p.m. My laptop's 1 minute behind hers. The laptop's so weird. So yeah, she said she was on Arizona time, so they're 5 hours behind me. You're 5 hours behind me too, aren't you?
No, I'm
Or
6.
6, because you're on. Oh, that's right, you're on. I didn't know Idaho had 2 different time zones.
Yeah.
I was looking it up the other day because we were talking about time zones. Which states have more than one time zone? Because Florida has 2, and I got to thinking, I wonder what someone had said something about they thought Idaho had only 1, and I went and looked. No, you guys have 2.
Yeah. It's because the state is pretty long, you know. It's a
Mm-hmm.
long state.
And I wouldn't have known that had I not have gone and looked it up, you know?
Yeah.
Time zones really kick my butt sometimes. It's mostly it messes with my head when we have time changes. By the way, Katy, I just subscribed to your channel. Thank you so much, Sharon. I appreciate that. Sylvia says it's 3:20 in California. Yep, you're 6 hours behind me. And Alaska is 7 hours behind me. Because they're 1 hour behind California time or Pacific time. I don't know why I keep calling it California time. It's not just California that's on that time zone. It's Oregon and Washington
In Idaho.
and Idaho. Yep. I need to stop calling it that. I think I call it that because my daughter lives in California.
Uh,
And I think that's why I keep calling it that. Hello, Donna. Good to see you in here tonight. So
hello,
yeah,
Donna.
it's always funny with all the time differences. People didn't know that Florida had 2 time zones, but it does. It has EST and also Central Standard Time. Because the arm part of the state kind of drifts over to the, yeah, in that other time zone. Once I get these 2 sides on here, then we'll start working on the hourglass block. I think I might have enough to do 1 block, but I'm gonna have to make some more. In fact, I need to sew a couple of them together. And we might have a total of 7 for at least 1 of these. And then we can put the sashing on and at least get 1 more of these done so that we can, I'm hoping I can get these 2 done and already have 2 done, and then we can add them on the bottom. That'll give me 4 by 4, which means I'll need to do 1 more for the width, and then we can continue on with the length of it. Like what Teresa and I were just talking about a few minutes ago, to make it the twin size that I'm after. And then I take it to the States and quilted. And then I'm almost, I can't decide on if I want to give this to Aria or give it to Blaze, because Blaze doesn't have anything for his top of his bed. And I'm thinking, it's so cold. Do you think this is too girly for a boy?
No, not if he likes color.
Well, he loves color. And he's very, very, very interested in learning how to make quilts. So if everything goes according to plan and I make it to the States, it just depends on everything over here. I'm going to buy a sewing machine and leave at their house. And I'll teach him how to sew. Because he's old enough to learn. He's 9, so that's pretty good age to start learning. Can't believe he's going to be 10 in July. Goodness, I don't know where the time goes. And the 14-year-old, I can't believe she's going to be 15 in December.
Hi, Michelle.
Texas says it's 5:20 here. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're 4 hours behind me. How you been doing, Donna? I hope everything is better. Hey, Michelle, welcome. Oh, did I already say hi to her or no?
I don't think so.
Yeah, she must have slipped in, and someone else slipped in here I didn't catch. Hi, Geraldine. It's good to see you. And hello, Michelle. And see, the backing could go more boy-like, says Ninja. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Because there's not, I have some pink in here, but I don't think he's going to care about the pink, to tell you the truth. There's butterflies, flowers, there's bubbles on here. There's all kinds of things on this. Yeah, there's all kinds of things on here. Bubbles, hearts. So definitely, I think my next sew along is going to have what I mentioned earlier. I think that's how I'm going to go for the channel sew along. We're going to work from our stash again. And those that don't have that stash and want to do it, I guess they'll be doing it from fat quarters or something. Teresa, have you ever thought about doing a channel so long?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Well, if you do one, let me know because I wouldn't mind hopping on that little wagon. I don't know, maybe we could do a collab together or something. But definitely I would follow a sew along with you. I think it would be fun seeing what you create. How's your horse going?
So it's just hanging out in the corral. The only thing I've been working on this week is this FPP. Once I get it done, then I can start on some other things.
Yep, you'll get it all figured out. And I'm going to probably regret not having measured this first. No, I did right by the map. I was about to sweat this one out. Sylvia retracted something she said, and I didn't see what it was.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, I did too. Did Rita ever answer me up top?
I don't know.
Rita, where are you? I need you to post your channel link for me.
Oh yeah, do selfie, Rita.
Yeah, type exclamation selfie. Because I need to see where the bot is making a mistake with your channel. Something I put, it's my fault, but I need to figure out what it is. You know what my grandson loves is all things spacey. He reminds me of myself when I was at that age because I loved all things spacey too. If it wasn't horses, it was about space. I used to come home with 10 books from the library, and my mom would say, "What are you doing? Why do you have so many books?" "Oh, I went to the library." She says, "You're back in the library again?" Because I practically lived in the library. Every chance I could go to the library, that's where you'd find me. Even in high school, I was in the library. See it now when you now let me click on that link and see if that works. Well, that's interesting. Now when you click on that link, which looks the same as what I had on my bot, that works. Okay, I need to copy that link. Oh, I know what's wrong with it. This says at Rita, and the other one says at something. Let me go look at the bot. I think I know what's wrong with it. All right, let me find Rita's. Thank you, Andy, for that. Yeah, in the bot it has at crafting with crystal dragon. That's what's wrong with it. The part of this is wrong. Hmm. Okay, let's see if this doesn't fix the problem. Now I need to go down to timers because I think I have to add that in down here too. Yeah, I got to add it in down here too. And we'll see if the bot post is the right one. When you see her, when the bot posts her link again, can someone test it for me, please? And then I'm also going to test it here in just a second. All right, let me see if I can get it to work now. Let's see if the bot fixed it. Come on, wakey, wakey. It's funny. Now let's go click on it and see if it works. Yay, it works. We got the problem fixed. Thank you for helping me, Andy. now we got that fixed, and now when the bot posts her link, it should work. And right now she has 220 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed to her channel, y'all hop on over there and help her out.
To the Greenland Quilter channel.
Let's see if we can't get her to 500 soon. Oh no, what happened to my screen? Okay, back to work here. All right. Yep, it's fixed now. Thank you for your help. Now that it'll show the right link. I think there was someone else's channel I need to fix too. Maybe this happened when everybody was fixing their name on their account. That might have been when it happened. It warms my heart. I'm a retired librarian, says Sylvie. Oh yeah, I lived in the library. Even after I graduated from high school, I would get in my car and go to the public library and sit for hours in there. I just loved, and it wasn't just fiction books I came home with. I came home with tons of nonfiction books, things about space, things about gardening and flowers and horses, and oh my gosh, there was so much. Lots of nonfiction too. And it made me sad when they wouldn't let you check out encyclopedias. You couldn't do that. Like when I had to do like a research paper for school or for college, they wouldn't let you check those books out. Anything that was research book, you couldn't check it out. And it makes me sad hearing about Barnes and Noble going out of business, because I used to take my kids and we'd go hang out there for hours browsing. And every time I come back to the States, I head by the Barnes and Noble and probably spend at least 3 or 4 hours in there. The last time me and Nikolai went, I think we were in there like 4 hours.
Just looking at the books?
We bought books, but yeah, looking and buying. I was after something specific. I was looking for more Anita Blake books and the new ones anyway. And I was also looking to see, I had read somewhere that J.R. Tolkien's son had released some more of his books, of his dad's books, because he finally got them in print and everything. And so there was several of them, and I came home with a big copy of Silmarillion. And so the next time I go, if I can find a bookstore that has it, there's another hardback, but I can't remember the exact title of it. But it's a book that goes in between Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings. It's in between the Hobbit and that, yeah. Because you have Silmarillion, and then there's a book between that he finally published, and then there's the Hobbit, and then there's the Lord of the Rings. See, my bot's been posting.
I believe I saw that advertised.
Yeah, I can't remember the title of it, dadgummit. It's about I don't know, I'll have to look and see what the actual title is. But I want it in hardback format because I'm a hardback book kind of person. I do have softback over there, but not much. Like if I could have gotten my 100 blocks book in hardback, I would have bought it that way. But some books you just can't get that way. So you have to suck it up and buy it however they have it, you know?
Yeah.
But if I could get it in hardback, because hardback just lasts a long time. And when I go to the States and get in my storage unit, I'm going to send home the rest of I'm probably going to send home all of the rest of my Anita Blake books that I already have, that I didn't bring with me. And I'm also going to send here all of my botanical books as well. And I think I might have a couple of quilting books along with some more crocheting books. I definitely know I have some of those, because you can only bring so much in 2 suitcases.
Right.
I mean, there's no room for all of that, especially when you have a weight limit I mean, if there wasn't a if there hadn't been a weight limit, I probably would have shoved more books. I came here with a couple of I definitely have a lot more cookbooks too. And right now, since I've been here, I've bought, oh my gosh, I've bought so many cookbooks since I've been living here that I ordered from Amazon. Because Amazon won't mail other things to me, but they will ship books and videos. I could buy that from Amazon and they'll send it. What makes me happy is, you know what my husband does when he's in Nuke? There's a local bookstore in Nuke, and every time he stops in Nuke and he has time to mess around, he'll go to the bookstore and see if there's any new books about Greenland in English, and he brings home books to me. And so my collection of books that relate to Greenland is growing. Like this book is one of them. This one's called The Man in the Moon and Other Stories from Greenland. And this is folk tales in this book. And it's all in English. So they have translators that are currently working on translating things from Greenlandic to English so that English-speaking people can read stories about Greenland.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Yeah, my collection has definitely gotten big. There's even a set of books over there. There's like 4 of them. It's in comic book format. And I think I'm going to have him pick those up, another set of them, because Blaze likes reading comic books. And I think it would be great to take him the comic book ones to him so he can read about Greenland with it. Because that's how he likes to read. He's reading some kind of series that's it's some type, I think it's a type of anime that's in comic books format, and they're thick books like this.
Oh.
And I'm like, yeah, I don't know the name of it, and I'll ask Thomas again because his birthday's coming up and in July, and I want to buy him some books and probably another set of, I bought him a set of Legos this go around. Well, it's not an exact Lego, it's a knockoff of Lego. It was had to do with there's someone using bricks to create Zelda characters with it, because he plays Zelda too, and that's what he asked if I would buy him for Christmas, and that's what I bought him. And he says, if you still want to buy me Legos too, Grandma, please do. But he also likes, I had bought him, it's these magnet tiles that you can build like buildings and everything else with them, and they're super expensive. They're even more expensive than Legos are. And I bought him I think it was a 64 piece one. And he told me when I was talking to him on the phone, I asked him what he got for Christmas, and he told me, he says, my teacher bought me another set of those magnets to add to the one I already have. And I've been playing with them too. So he really likes the magnet set too, because you can build anything you want with them. So it's a good way to learn how to build a house, or be as creative with that kind of architecture stuff as you want. She says it's good now. Sharon says, laugh out loud. You reminded me of something. My late son was 6'4", and his wife was 4'10". She was 4'10", and he used to call her Hobbit. Aw. My first mother-in-law was 4'10".
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Definitely. Dubrava says, going to have supper now. I will be back shortly. Okay. And then Michelle says, Teresa, I was just going to say, is the horse in the stable? Laugh out loud. And then Michelle says, I can open Rita's page now. Yay!
Yeah, the horse is bedded down.
Bed it down. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to get my magnet out and start picking up pins from the floor. I keep knocking them on the floor.
Time to add another paper.
You know who's been rather quiet.
Yeah. Is she okay?
Yeah, I'm waiting for her behind because I fed her lamb right before the live, and I'm waiting
Oh,
for her. She hasn't asked to go,
yeah.
yet. So I'm thinking soon she's probably going to wake up. It's funny, but it seems like lamb puts her in a stupor.
Oh, yeah.
It's like you fill her belly with lamb, and she knows we're talking about her. I just felt movement. How do you know we're talking about you, huh?
I think Michelle is behind in the live.
Hey, Michelle. Oh, I might be behind in the live too.
I'll send her a message.
Okay. I spoke too soon. I shouldn't have said anything. Really?
Yeah, you woke her up.
You're gonna have to wait a minute, little one. I'll put you on the tie down and let you go outside. Just a minute. Patience, my dear. She's gotten really smart on things. And I think it's because she's now a mature dog. I'll be right back, Teresa. I'm gonna put her on the tie down.
Okay.
Come on. Tissue. when she comes
Great,
back in.
Michelle. I'm glad we got you caught up. That is good.
Yeah, it was weird, but my chat was showing top chat instead of live chat, and I could have sworn I had set that. So something
Oh,
must.
yeah. Mine is too. I thought I set that to.
I'm wondering if YouTube doesn't do some kind of something. All right, I got the sashing on two sides now, as you can see. So now what we're going to do is work on those hourglass blocks.
Okay.
All right. Let's see what kind of damage we can do here. This doesn't look like everything. Here's some hourglass ones here I got to finish sewing together. So where is... I'll be right back. I gotta get her. She's at the door letting me know to let her in. All right, Nora, come here. I have a treat for you. All right. She loves these. She's licking her chops, you guys. Let me... No, you need to sit and wait. Look, wait. Wait. Ah. Wait. Okay. Wait. Okay. Does your dog like apples?
Yeah, sometimes. You know what they like a lot is pine cones.
Really? Do they eat
Yeah.
the nuts out of it or what?
The little pine cones.
Yeah.
I think the ones that have a like pitch on them or something. I don't know why they eat them, but
That's
they
it.
do.
It doesn't make
Yeah.
them sick.
No.
You need to chew this instead of inhaling it, Nora. I tell you what, Dachshunds really do love to eat.
They're either eating pine cones or maybe elk drops.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me one little bit.
Yeah.
There's something about animal droppings, yeah. Do they also rub themselves all over it?
No, but they do. Well, sometimes it depends on how soft it is, I guess.
Yeah. Sometimes when she goes outside, I don't know why she does, but she finds something to rub herself on. And I don't know what it is she's rubbing herself off, but I bet you it's because a fox or something comes strolling through or something.
They like to rub on dead worms too.
That doesn't surprise me. You're like, really? That's so gross. Dogs do the funniest things. I seem to be missing my...
Yeah, fiber. In the wintertime, they don't get that much grass because it's buried. Because, dogs like to eat grass. It's good for their stomachs and certain kind of grass. So I think because they don't have that grass, they're eating pine cones instead. I don't know.
So they don't really mess with the bigger ones at all?
Not the big ones. They're just the really little teeny ones, like the
Hmm.
um, and they're real tight, compacted. You know, they
Yeah.
haven't they haven't opened up yet.
No.
The other thing I think is they're eating truffles.
Oh. So what do? Go sniff around until they find them?
Yeah, and so I had to look a couple of months ago. I was wondering about it because Willa was digging under a tree and then she started eating something, you know, and I'm like,
What
what
are
the
you
heck?
eating?
And I noticed her doing that quite a bit, going around, sniffing around trees, certain trees, and then she'd dig for a little bit. And so I looked it up, and sure enough, we do have truffles up here,
Oh,
and
cool.
which really surprised me, you know.
Yeah.
Um, so now I'd like to follow her around, you know, with a
Have-
shovel. And when she starts to dig up something, make her stop, and then I'll dig it up and see what it is she's got.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten truffles?
I haven't.
Neither have I. I hear it's an acquired taste.
Yeah. I've eaten morels and other wild mushrooms, but
Yeah, I would like to try morel. It sounds like they're tasty. I watch Arms Family Homestead because they always go for morels in the spring, and uh he deep fries them. He breads them
mhm,
and he deep fries them, and they look very crunchy and yummy that way.
they are.
I really don't have any more of the plaid fabric.
Michelle says her corgi loves to roll around on worms too.
Yeah, you're like, please don't, but they do it
Hi,
anyway.
Muriel.
Hi, Muriel. Nora is so cute, says Michelle. Thank you. I realized she needed more water, so I gave her some more water too. So she's probably in there. What are you doing, Nora? She's doing something. She always looks like after you give her, I gave her that whole apple. Normally I only give her like half of one. But I think I'm totally out of berries now. So, and then I think I only have one apple left at this point. She really likes apples. What do I
I
want?
give Willa a few huckleberries and stuff when I'm making a huckleberry shake.
Yeah, dogs are allowed to eat any kind of berry that's edible to,
Yeah.
and it's weird that they know that they can eat them. Oh, here's one. Let's use this color plaid. This ought to be interesting. Yeah, I need to make a couple more, because I have 8 of these, and so that means I need to make, so I have 8 of these right now. That's 9, that's 10. This one's 11, and there's 12. And I need to add, I don't know where the other 2 of these are at. They like disappeared, which means they probably fell behind something. So I need to make some. I think I'm going to take this same green here and put with this plaid, and then we're going to have 2 different color plaids on this pinwheel. What do you think about, or not pinwheel, hourglass? What do you think about that? See, this is pink plaid. I don't know if you can see it or not. Yeah, there we go. And then there's this red plaid, but use the same green here that I used on those because I'm missing, somehow I've lost 2 of these.
Oh,
So, and
I think
I don't have any of this left.
I think the other would be close enough.
Okay, that's what I was thinking because
Yeah,
Scrappy goes, we're going Scrappy here. So I
that's
said I
right.
had 12, so this would be 13. This would be 13 right here, so I need one more. Let's see what I can do with this one.
Oh, I hate it when the dogs roll in fish when we're out fishing.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a dead fish on the bank or something like that, oh gosh, that's bad news.
Yeah, and I also don't like it when they roll all over dead things, like dead animals.
Yeah,
Like, oh, that's because you end up having to bathe your dog because they rolled in dead stuff, or you catch them eating it, which is even worse.
yeah.
But apparently their stomachs can handle it, or they would, they would be like dead. All right, I'm gonna sew these together because I'm trying to make sure I have enough hourglasses for both those blocks because I need 14 hourglass blocks. And then we can start putting these hourglasses together, and then we can sew it to the 9 patch, and we'll have two more. We'll have enough to do to add to the bottom of this quilt top, and
Okay.
that's outstanding. Sylvia says, "Real bad news." Uh-oh, what's going on? Real bad news. What's going on, Sylvia? Unless it's because of what we were talking about.
Hopefully it's just about the dogs rolling in the.
Probably. I hope so. Yeah. All right, let's get this one done first. Make sure we got everything pretty much lined up. It's weird how some 5-inch squares are not the same size as other 5-inch squares, but when you measure them with a ruler, they're the same. But they don't look the same when you put them face to face of each other,
Hmm.
which makes no sense to me.
Oh,
Makes no
dogs. Yeah, she says dogs rolling in smells. Yep, that is bad news.
You know what was hilarious is when I would go out, I would take one of my horses to go trail riding with other friends, and we would go somewhere where there was water, where they had to go through water and stuff. Some of our horses would try to lay down and roll in it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Why
It's
you
like,
were on them?
yeah, while you're on them, because the water is it was so hot that day, and then they're walking through that cool water. It's like, oh, let's lay down. I'm like, no, you're not.
Were you riding bareback or?
I was in a saddle, so I
Yeah,
definitely didn't want my saddle wet, much less me. Just
right,
got off, no problem. But I didn't want my gear all wet
right.
because that's, yeah, getting weather or leather saddle wet like that. No. I mean,
Not
I have
good.
a fair share of getting caught in the rain, and then you have to be careful and make sure you dry that saddle out because if it gets a one lick of mold on that leather, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I finally have decided to sell my saddle. Finally,
Yeah.
it took me 14 years to make that decision. I just wasn't ready, and now I am. And I've been talking to Donnelly. I met her through Andy of Crafty Witch. She has a farm that rescues horses. It's a rescue.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and she has lots of friends that and she thinks that when I get to the States and we can get together, she thinks she can do a little bit of networking to find me a buyer for my saddle. Because you're seeing more and more bigger women racing these days in barrel racing, and my saddle's an 18-inch, so I shouldn't have any trouble selling it. And it's a good saddle, so I should at least get half of what I paid for out of it. Because saddles never really depreciate that much.
Yeah. Sylvia, yeah, you can put 2 layers of batting in a quilt if you want. Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know why
I
not.
have.
Okay, we got 3 sides done. Let's get this other side sewn. What I'm doing is I'm sewing on all 4 sides of these 5-inch blocks so that I can make my half square triangles. And then I'm going to trim them down to 2.5 because these 4-patch blocks here are 2.5 by 2.5. And so you have 4.5-inch blocks, which means you have to cut these down to 2.5 to make a 4.5-inch hourglass block. So yeah. Okay. All right, let's get these cut on the vertical. No, diagonal, sorry. I don't know why I said vertical. That was not what I meant. All right. And I need my little, where are you?
Hi, Jaja. How's it going?
Jaja, welcome, welcome. Where is my little lazy Susan at? Yeah, that's a really good question. Where did I put it? Well, I guess I'll use this since I can't find the small one, which means I have to move stuff off of here. This thing's huge. Uh-oh. I'll go ahead and cut this on the diagonal. I laid my little, I have a small pink one, but I don't know where I put it. I have too many things in this room right now. Too many things going on at once. We made some progress in the craft room, but we're still a long way from where we need to be before we can actually reset things up. And we're also going to need some good weather because we're going to pull out my cutting table and we're going to take the L part of it off because we're going to put a desk in front of my desk where there's 2 desks face to face so that he can sit down when he's home instead of standing up the whole time. And then when he's not here, and if I want to quilt a bigger quilt, because right now things are just too congested for me to quilt anything of any. So I've been just doing small stuff. And by putting another desk in front, that'll give me space in front of the machine. I can move things out of the way to do that. And also I can like use a portable, I'm going to see if I can find me order me a small card table to put off to the left of me, or probably off. Wait, I have to think for a minute. Probably off to the left of me, and I'll have to move the desk out a little bit. That way I have enough space to put all that weight on both tables. Because I'll have to move my laptop and everything when I do that, because there's just not space. No space, I mean. All right.
How are things going in your sewing room?
Yeah, so we spent about 3 hours total now in there, and we've been spending like 1 hour increments in there because Nikolai seems to see things, and he's like, nope, you're done. But I'm doing okay. I haven't had a meltdown, but I do get upset a little bit, especially when we filled up a whole garbage bag full of fabric. It was small pieces, um, because they were too small to get the glass out of them. So, that's the second big bag I've thrown out now. So, and we also had a chit chat with someone. I don't remember. It was someone that knew about. Oh, it was my boss's daughter because she's pretty close to becoming a full-fledged lawyer, and she told me that me and Nikolai should go up to the courthouse and have a discussion with them about, since our neighbor still hasn't paid her that bill, and we're being stuck with the bill, which is 30,000 kroners. No, I think it's 38,000 kroners, because she hadn't paid it. And that doesn't count the loss of my fabric, which I have estimated to be around $1,000 US. So, because it wasn't just a loss of that, it was a loss of some. I lost part of my PMQ because that was sitting up on the top of that table. It was the one I was working on at the time, and so I had to order those missing clues because I didn't have them. That cost money. Nikolai still doesn't know how many pieces of the Millennium Falcon is missing because some of that went out the window too, because it was sitting up on the table when the window blew out. And when that 2x4 broke in the window, it came crashing down on top of his Millennium Falcon and made it break in half. And so anything that was loose that was small went flying through the air with everything else. Because we found some Lego pieces at the other end of the room behind something. And I said, does this look like your Millennium Falcon? He says, yep, that's part of it. So I'm pretty sure some of it went out the window too. Will we get money? We won't know until we get some help. But my boss and her husband's an ambassador to Greenland. He seems to think that we should be able to get something out of this, to pay for the cost of all this stuff.
Yeah.
I just don't know, when we sue her, if she's even going to have money to pay for that lawsuit, because she's a single mom with a kid. And I hate that part of it, but it was her decision to not have that trampoline fastened to the ground,
Right. And she's still making that bad decision.
Yeah, she made that bad decision, not me. I'm just the innocent that got caught in the crossfire. She has no idea what all that caused.
Well, she could have been trying to make some payments at least,
She won't even look at us. She won't talk to us. It's like I have nothing to, and we have not been mean to her. Not at all. We just want her to do what she's supposed to do, the right thing. And she's not done it. So we're going to have to be the bad guys, I guess. I hate being like that, but we shouldn't be stuck with this. I have, you'd be really proud of me, I think. I know Myra is. I finally have my anger under control over it. Finally. I'm not so mad now as I was 6 months ago,
Yeah.
And it was worse a year ago. I mean, I couldn't even hardly talk about her without something coming out of my mouth that shouldn't come out of my mouth. But I'm still unhappy about it. But at least I'm not angry now, and that's the main thing. The anger is under control. I'm very happy about that part. It's irritating because she bought a bigger trampoline.
Yeah.
And I told Nikolai if I was a vindictive person, the center of that trampoline wouldn't be intact. But I'm not like that. That's not who I am.
Well, instead of buying that, she should have been making payment,
Exactly, because I know that trampoline couldn't have been cheap. not into
Right.
this bigger standard of things being imported into this country. I mean, things are not cheap here. It probably cost, I bet I have to go online and look up how much one costs that size. Because it's a big one. And we have a neighbor down from her, I think it's 2 houses down. They also have a big one, but they had it fastened down with they drove some spikes into or drilled holes into the rock and fastened it down with some kind of something. And then as soon as fall got here, they took the trampoline completely down because they knew the weather was going to be horrible. Because these winds are nothing to take for granted because they're very violent. That's why Nikolai makes the comments about Mother Nature being temperamental. That's what he's talking about is the wind. Because when they go back to sea this time of the year, the water is always rough because of wind. He's made videos of them getting hit by those big wakes or whatever you call them. I think they're called wakes. And I'm like, where does all that water go that goes over the top of your boat? Or I always call it boat, but I mean ship, you guys. It's a joke between me and him because I call it a boat. He's like, it's not a boat. I know it's not a boat. I just call it that because I can. But he's like, oh, sometimes it gets downstairs, but not very often. We close all the hatches and everything when the water's like this so that there's no water going down below.
Right.
But it's scary seeing it. Let's see here. Dogs, let me see. Quilt question, yes, we answered that one. Jojo says it's going good, putting my groceries away. Then I'm going to start sewing with y'all. Yay! And then Andrea says, yes, you can, Sylvia. And Sharon says, I put 2 layers of batting for my family in Alaska all the time. So yes, you can. Why does my phone keep going off? Now, I know most people know that I'm... Oh, it's my husband blowing up my phone. Oh, I'll have to look at what he sent me. Has to do with what's going on. I asked him before he left, I said, what happens if you're at sea and things escalate? And he's like, I don't know, honey. I don't know we don't know until someone tells us what's going to happen. Because he'll be at sea if anything happens. Because I can't call the boat. I would probably have to call the office and ask them to call the boat. You know what I mean? Or the
Right.
ship. Because he does have a sat phone and I can see the sat phone number, but I can't actually call it because there's no one there to answer it because it's on the bridge and sometimes I don't think the call even goes through. Because he only uses the sat phone when he really needs to get a hold of me about something and I haven't answered him on Messenger. Because sometimes I don't always hear because what it is I turn the sound off on my phone for Messenger and now I can't figure out how to turn it back on. And I got aggravated one night because my phone kept going off while I was trying to sleep, so I turned it off. And do I remember how I turned it off? No. And I have looked everywhere for that setting and can't seem to find it. I know it's there somewhere. I'm just overlooking it, I think. Thank you, Sharon. Trying to use what's here, and this batting is super thin. You know, it's really strange. I have noticed that um I've been using batiks now for almost a year with everything I've been doing, except for these couple of ones I'm doing with regular quilting cotton. Do you know when you're pressing it, you can tell a scent difference between the two? This smells different. It's weird.
Batiks?
This regular cotton smells different from the batiks.
Mm.
I don't really notice that much of a smell with the batiks anymore, I guess, because my nose is adjusted to the smell of it, I guess. But if I don't, like if I sew with batiks for several weeks and don't touch any cotton, and then I break out the cotton and press it, it has its own little smell. And I never noticed it before until I started using so many batiks.
Huh.
Jaja says I emailed her and she emailed me back saying wait, what happened here? Jaja says I ordered a pattern and it just got here. I'm annoyed. It's in black and white and printed on just normal printed paper or normal printer paper. But I don't want it in black and white. She said she paid $40 before shipping. Wow. I emailed her and she emailed me back saying she won't sell in color PDF, and I asked to buy it again so I could have it digital now. Wow. So you had to pay for it again just to have it in digital? Dang. Sylvia says, I'm in a ranch house now with third generation in this house, so this bedding is someone else's purchase. Oh, gotcha. Who's the seller, Jaja? Okay, now let's get these over here because I have to press these two. All right. Get all these done. Actually, let me roll them open first. Did she answer who it was? No, she won't let me pay again. She won't give it in digital. Oh, it's the Land I Love pattern by Vintage Spool. I am so pissed off. I don't blame you, especially for that price. That's just not cool. Maybe you should ask for a refund and send it back to her. I know that's not what you want to do, but okay, I want to ask a question to you guys. How many of you are traditional quilt makers? And how many of you are more on the modern side? And if you're not either one, but you kind of are in the middle, you can just say I'm in the middle. So either you're traditional, modern, or in the middle. Let us know in the chat.
I'd have to say I'm more traditional blocks.
Okay. I'm in the middle. Jaja says I don't like black and white patterns because I can't choose color to save my life. So I like to copy the pictures. Ladies, do you need a light box for FPP? It is something like Judy Meyer, or we can do it. Wait. FPP, if it's something like Judy Meyer, or can we do it like you're doing it right now? Yeah, I don't have a light box. I would love to have one.
Yeah, I don't have a light box either, but I would definitely like to have one. So if you can afford to get a light box, I would do it. If you're
Yeah.
going to, especially for a big project like that,
Yep.
if that Judy Niemeyer is, you know, a big quilt, yeah, I think I'd try to get the light box. Now, you don't have to get the most expensive one out there.
Yeah.
You could go, look at Walmart, this and that. They do have really, Caterpillar does have really nice light boards that you can cut right on the board and everything, but those are really expensive. And so if you're on a budget, I would just, you know, look on Amazon or Walmart or maybe even your local quilt shop, since we don't have Joann's anymore.
Yeah. And Teresa might can help me with. Sylvia, do you know, I know you know who Lori Holt is. So Lori Holt patterns are Fat Quarter Shops patterns, are all traditional. But if you know who Zen Chick is, hers is more modern quilts. Who else makes modern quilts? Do you know off the top of your head?
The only one I can really think of is Angela
Angela
Walter.
Angela Walters is another one. Yeah. So modern quilts generally have more negative space in it, usually, and they don't usually have a bunch of traditional blocks in them. They have some, but not a lot. But when you go to like QuiltCon, which is a modern quilt show, you will see that there's also quilts that have every aspect of the space used up. Let me see if I can find some patterns by Zen Chick so I can show you what modern looks like.
Don't they use solids a lot of times too? Seems like a lot of the modern quilts I've seen the fabrics are solid.
Yeah, I
So
saw solids, but I also saw some people used batiks in their stuff, and some people used I don't remember if I saw a lot of print now that you said that, and I have to go through my pictures from QuiltCon to look closer at the quilts. But one of the things I did do is I went through the maximalism row, and oh my god, there was this one quilt, every inch of it had nothing but scrappy improv. The whole thing was improv. Hang on a minute, and I'll look for a modern quilt to show you. The Zen Chick's a good place to find them because that's all she does is modern stuff.
Oh, that's a good idea, Lori. Make your own light box. Use a glass lasagna dish with your phone under it for the light.
Oh wow, I would have never thought of that one.
Well, that's like I have my light window over there for the horse, and that's a storm window that I took out of the bedroom window.
Uh-huh.
So, and I have it tilted on a easel, and I have lights underneath there, so I can see that pattern. But just for this little project, I don't have like a small light board. But yeah, if I was trying to do that big horse, my collage, it would be really hard not to have some sort of light underneath it.
Yeah.
But that's a lot different than FPP.
I'm going to share the screen so you can see Sylvia, and anyone else is interested in seeing a type of modern. Now, everybody's definition of modern varies from what do you call, understanding of it from time to time, I guess. I feel like that, like, I don't know if anybody remembers when I did the magnolia and I could pull it out. That was very modern, and I'll show it to you in a minute for those that don't remember what it looks like. I'm going to share the screen. Will you help me with the chat? Let me, and because I'm
Sure.
at, when you see the screen, let me know that you can see it. If someone in the chat needs to see, I can see it because me and Teresa can see it immediately on our Zoom, but not so fast on the browser. There's a delay. So someone in the chat tell me when you can see the screen.
Well, I have the YouTube up too, so I
Okay.
can tell you.
Yeah, because I only have the chat part of the YouTube up. I separated it from the browser. Lots of things loading on her page too still. Wow. Anyone see it?
Yep, I see it.
Okay. So this is Bridget Heitland, and I'm pretty sure I'm not saying her last name correctly. She does mostly modern things. So I think this screen might be switching. Yeah, look. This is some of examples of modern quilts.
Yeah, those are
See all
very
that
modern.
negative space over there?
Mm-hmm.
Negative space up here. Look at
They're
that.
very geometric.
Yeah. You'll see a lot of geometric stuff in it. Like, see, yeah, see that? Wow, that was cool. Okay, it's repeating. Now I'm gonna scroll down so you can see more. This is considered modern. You notice it, you have like flying geese here, you got curves here, you got a pinwheel here, but you also have circles, and I don't remember what this is called, this particular block, but yeah. So you have this, then you have these random triangles all over the place. Let me see if I can find her patterns. We can look at some of her patterns. Patterns. They have artist quilts. Let's look at those first. On your screen, is it flipping the screen?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so here's some of her patterns. I think I have one or two of her patterns. Well, it looks like she used lemon peel right there or something. But this is modern stuff. Wow, look at that one. Bright Diamonds quilt. But this is a stuff, and you can see, look at all the color. Now she used prints in this one, Child's Play. But see all this open space that she has in here? You'll see a lot of that in modern quilts. But you can also do something called maximalism, where you take up every inch of the quilt top with color. Yeah. Is everybody seeing this okay?
Yep.
Okay. And so this is an example of modern quilts. This looks like improv. Look at this, all this negative space and that tiny little bit of color. And then she used all parts of the color over here. This one looks like fun to do, this play a card quilt. I wouldn't mind doing that one. She's selling these, you guys. This one's $1,090 for this quilt. So these are quilts she's selling. I just noticed the price tags on them. Sorry, I got distracted by that. Okay, so let's go look at some of her patterns. So you'll get an idea. She also has free patterns, by the way. So there might be a free pattern that you're interested in testing. See, dipping your toes in a little bit of modern quilt, whatever you want to call it. These are patterns, and her patterns are not too terribly expensive. At least I don't think that they are. I like this one, Love More, Worry Less. She does bags too, looks like project bags. And there's a quilt up now. Here you see she's used what looks like traditional, but she used colors in a more modern way. And she has lots of negative space on the outside of that. That one looks cool. What do you think about that one, Teresa? The Paper Beauty? That one's cool looking.
Yeah.
This one right here. So Silly, I hope this helps a little bit. I didn't know you could use this as modern though. I guess you could with the colors though, right?
Right.
Because they're muted colors are not, like me, I would want to put that in your face. I do like the pattern though. That's pretty. So this is what all modernism looks like. You'll also see modern quilts that have people's, like collages of people's faces and stuff like that. That's considered modern. I saw a lot of that at QuiltCon. There was several of those like that, where they took and made a collage using a certain technique to make them, and it was really cool. What I could do is dig out all my pictures from QuiltCon, and I can make a extremely long. Well, it won't be long if I do pictures in a video format, and then I can show you what I saw, because I didn't get all seven. I think there was close to 500 quilts in 2024 QuiltCon, and I managed to get about 75% of the pictures done on what was in there. And I can make one video. I can make one video with all the pictures in it and then show it to you guys if you want to see that. I could do that. Do it during a live, just flip through the pictures so you can see all the quilts I saw from 2024. Because I took a lot of pictures of things I found interesting, or something really, grabbed me. And I did take a picture, I think, of every row that was in the purple, yellow, and teal section, because that was a challenge that was challenged through a quilt guild from, I forget what state it was from. What did y'all think about? Do you have a better understanding now? Would you consider the Sugary Dew? Yes. If it's the first one, well, the second one probably could pass as modern too, because her stuff leans more toward modernism too.
Yeah.
Let me show you my Magnolia quilt top. I also did the first Sugary Dew, but I'm not dragging that thing back out again.
Oh yes, Elizabeth Hartman. Yeah.
Elizabeth Hartman, yeah. Oh, I really should not put that on top of my Martelli. That would be a bad idea.
Time is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Going on 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we're close to 11. I'm doing pretty good on time considering. Okay, so I'm gonna show you two different ones that could more or less be considered modern. I'll show you this one first. I was experimenting.
Yeah. I would consider that modern.
Yeah. And I only used gray, blue, and orange in this. That's all I used. I'm gonna see if I can get this quilted soon, because this is small enough for me to quilt, and it would be fun quilting it. I just haven't figured. I'm thinking I want to do maybe diagonal straight line quilting on it.
Yeah.
I haven't learned how to free motion, and I'm not ready for that right now. I need a good mind. This is my Magnolia. that we did this past year. This is one of the projects that I did for 2025. And this would be considered modern. Can you see it okay, Teresa?
Yeah, I can see it just fine. Yeah, I think I would consider that modern.
Originally, the pattern just had well, this looks black by the camera, but this is actually navy blue. But in the pattern, they just used black and white. Well, I decided I wanted to add just a tiny pop of color, and I added a tiny bit of yellow and the red into it to give it a little more, I don't know, to make it more interesting looking.
Yeah, very nice.
Thank you. So now you know what modern looks like. Oh, yes, Katy. The only way I can make flying geese is with FPP, says Jaja. I have looked all over the internet trying to find 2" by 3.5" and it don't seem to be anywhere around. So maybe I'm going to have to figure out how to make it. So now hopefully that gives you a better understanding of what modern looks like. And so did anyone answer the question? Because I need to back scroll if they did.
Yeah, you'll have to scroll back. There was a few people that answered the question.
Okay, let me back scroll real fast. And then we'll get back on task. Sorry, got off on sidetrack here, but I wanted to help Sylvie with a better understanding. Jaja says, oh, 2" by 3.5. 2" by 3.5. All right, where is the, because I see where Sylvia asked the question. Okay. Okay, so looks like, okay, with Jaja, she says, I think I haven't made enough quilts to be either way, but I like both styles. So I'm going to say I'm made modern, but I like traditional quilts. So you're probably in between then, like me, because I'll make both. Sharon says, I'm kind of both, but steer more towards traditional. My husband is an electrician and he made me an awesome light box. Oh, that's cool. Jennifer says she has a cheap one to use with diamond art. Lori says make your own light box. And they're all talking about they don't know who Zen Chick, but now they do. Now you know who Zen Chick is. She's also a fabric designer. And you know how you saw in some of the quilts there was grays and stuff? She likes to do different designs of fabric with those kind of colors. I do have some of her fabric in the house that came with a kit that I haven't finished, that I need to finish, that I started and discovered it was kind of above my skill set at the time. It was that Summer Moon. And Summer Moon came with a quilt kit. And the quilt kit had Zen Chick fabric in it. Okay,
Oh, I might have some of her fabric.
yeah, I bet you do.
Sounds familiar.
It looks like there was only 3 or 4 answers. Anyone else want to answer that question?
Yep, I sure do. Picked it right up. That's funny.
Yep, that looks like her stuff. Yeah, her fabric lines are very unique. You can always tell they're hers. You know how you can tell when there's Lori Holt fabric?
Yeah.
Everybody, but when you see it, you know, oh, that's Lori Holt fabric. When you see her stuff, you can also tell it's her stuff.
Yeah, I actually had it in the box for giveaway because it's not my,
not your cup of tea.
Not my cup of tea.
Jaja says she has 2 by 3.5. Ooh. No, I need 2 by 3.5. That's what that book says. You're supposed to trim them down to 2 by 3.5 when you're doing 4 at a time. Traditional says Jean. Didn't someone just answer that a minute ago? Okay. And yeah, Jaja, 2 inch by 3.5. Jean says she also loves Civil War ones by Pam Berta. I've heard of her. Hey, Amanda, how's it going? All right, I need to get back to sewing.
Hi, Amanda.
Are you thinking about leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. My legs back is starting to hurt.
Okay. Well, thank you for hanging about with me.
Oh yeah, as far as oh gee whiz, my brain just went bing.
Thank you, Jaja. I appreciate that. What were you going to say?
Oh, a light box. I also have a small piece of glass that I took out of a picture frame that I wasn't using. And I took painter's tape and put the tape all the way around the edges so I wouldn't, cut myself just in case. And then I just kind of build up, I have some wood strips. So I just set it right here next to me. I'll show you.
So you could build a little frame and set it on it, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could build a little frame. So this is the piece of glass.
No, hang on. Let me spotlight you, Teresa, so everybody can get a good look. Okay, there we go.
So it's just from a picture frame, right? And I could set it back on that frame, but it probably wouldn't be high enough for what I needed. So like maybe I could just set it here on my laptop right there. Then I would need something here to stop it. But then I have these long lights and I just slide it underneath there. And I have this other light too. I can grab it. I'll just other light, slide it underneath there. And then like you could that would work fairly well, but I think I would like get some 2x4s or something.
Yeah,
And just,
and then the light up underneath it. You could also cover the front of that glass with something very thin to keep the glare off your face, right?
yeah, like maybe parchment paper or something like that. Yeah, parchment paper might work okay, but you can iron right on here. Now,
Yep.
I wouldn't recommend cutting on this because that probably would scratch this surface. But I guess you could test it, go down in here in the corner and see how bad it would scratch as a possibility. So, I mean, there's another idea for you.
See, there's stuff right in your house that you could probably use. I also, you know how you just showed that light? I have the, you know how you can go to Costco and you can buy this light kit. It's and it'll have like 6 or 8 of these little tube or oblong lights, and you just stick batteries in them, and you can glue them to the wall throughout your house. And when you need light, you just press a little button to turn it on.
Yeah.
Or like when you lose power, you can turn them on. You can even use something like that, as simple as that. Buy some of those and stick them underneath it because they're not very big. And they're
Yeah.
great for what you're wanting to do.
And this would work good too. This little light here.
Uh-huh.
And this sucker is really bright. You could just slide that in there wherever you want it, move it around. That would work. That would work really good. And these light strips that you can get to put on your sewing machine, that would probably work too. Because they're really small.
Yeah.
And they're really flat. So I mean, there's all kinds of different things you can do. If you have a a husband or boyfriend or partner who likes to do woodwork and crafty things, maybe they could build you something.
Or you could be like me, know how to use a saw and do it yourself, you know?
Yeah. Like,
There's a way,
I
right?
still have the picture frame that this came out of. I could actually put that back in there and build some sides up on it so that it's up off the ground. But I would want to leave, for me, I would want to leave part of it open, like here or maybe in the front, so I can move my light around.
Yep.
But anyway,
You can even take that frame and build build a three-sided frame and then set it on that and have an opening on one side where you can stick, take the light in and out.
yeah.
Do it like that.
You know what else you can do with this? Let's say you like to do free motion quilting, but you know, you want to figure out some sort of design on there. So put your block under your piece of glass and use a dry erase marker. And you can practice doing different designs
Yeah, that's a great idea.
like that. Probably can't see that, but
Yep, we can see it. Well, kind of. But we get the idea.
you get the idea.
Yep.
And that comes off really easy. Comes
Jean
right
said
off.
does that for FMQ too. Jennifer says, I like your little light idea. And we kept you longer than you planned on staying.
Yeah, it's okay. I actually have a piece of vinyl, clear vinyl,
Mhm.
that I bought a roll of vinyl from the quilt store that you would use for what do you want, baby? Go downstairs. Daddy's down there. Did he leave without you? All right, just a minute. Um, anyway, and I cut it up into pieces. I have a short one like this, and then a longer one that goes all the way along the long arm. And
Uh-huh.
I use that for figuring out my designs for free motion quilting.
Oh,
Do you
that's
have to go
cool.
potty? Do you have to go potty? So anyway, there's some ideas for you. Doing that.
Thank you for hopping on with me tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was good to
Hey,
see you
fine.
and everybody else. You can take me off of
Yep, I'm doing that now.
but,
One thing before you run off, tell them when your usual live is going to be.
I go live on Sundays. I'm gonna go live at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time
Okay.
this Sunday.
You were
And I'll be working on something besides this.
okay. You were live yet? Was it yesterday or the day before you were
I
live?
think it was the day before. So sometimes I just come on and,
Okay. So sometimes she
whatever.
randomly goes live too.
Yeah. Paris Louise space I quilt too.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to share your link.
So good night, everybody. It was great to see you, and thanks for having me on, Katy.
You're welcome. You're welcome to on here anytime. You know that. We've sewed a lot this past year, and I hope we do a lot of sewing together again.
Yeah,
It's been
yeah,
fun. Thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
yeah.
And
Thank you so much.
yep.
Have a
See
good night.
you too. And this is Teresa Louise's channel link for anyone who has not been to her channel.
Thanks,
So go
Katy.
and subscribe. Enjoying your ideas and company, Teresa. Okay, time for me to ask a new question. Let me see. because I want to keep the chat running while I'm doing this, because right now I'm working on these hourglasses. It's taking a little longer than I planned, but it's okay. I'm not in anybody's time clock except my own, and I don't have a time clock. 8:39, 3. Well, we've been sewing for 3 hours. Or I've been live for 3.5 hours, actually. Sharon says, it's nice to meet ya. Okay, what's my next question? If you had instructions that you could only, let's do this. I'm going to get tricky here. Okay, you have an assignment to make a quilt top, but you're only given a choice of choosing one way to make it. Would you choose and I'm going to give you the 2 ways to make it. You're either going to use 4 patch blocks to make it, or you're going to use half square triangles. And so would you, if there was only 2 ways to make a quilt, would you choose 4 patch blocks to make your quilt? Or would you choose half square triangles? Let me know in the chat. Jaja says we have all night. That's right, we do. Hi, Delia. How are you? Yeah, don't worry about how you spell it. I don't care. I'm not picky about how people spell my name. So the instruction says you can only use one of 2 ways to make your own quilt top. You either choose 4 patch blocks, or you choose half square triangles. Which would you choose? Jaja says half square triangles. Yeah, Delia, you're back with me asking more questions. I will be crying the whole time, haha, but half square triangles, says Jaja. You can only choose one or the other. Would you do 4 patches, or would you do half square triangles? Let me know in the chat. Okay, Linda says 4 patch blocks. Half square triangles have more variations. Yep, that's what Delia said. Come on, you guys, let's get some answers here. Would you do would you choose 4 patch, or would you choose half square triangles? Let me know in the chat. Which would it be? I probably would choose half square triangles, because I like doing triangles better, I think, because there's so many ways you can do it. Amanda said that was my thought too. Half square triangles or 4 patches. I know there's a few of you in here, so come on, you guys, talk to me. We are going to talk about the poll at some point before I forget to do it, because I have a habit of forgetting. No one else wants to answer that question? Hi, Jason. How are you? Hey, is Andy going to go live soon? Because I know it should be soon, sometime soon anyway. Dubrovka says half square triangle. Anyone else? No one else wants to answer that question? I'm shocked. There's so many ways you could use a half square triangle, that's for sure. She's always on when I go to bed when I see her live, says Jaja. Jason says, I'm good. We're getting ready to eat, and then I think she will go live. Okay. Let me know when she goes. Ask her to let me know when she goes live so I can share I'll share her link now, but I'll also share it again. And then when I get done, I'm gonna drop into the live over there to see her. What are y'all having for dinner? Jason says, it's my FN yay. I don't know what that means exactly. You're gonna have to explain that one. Here's a joke for you. What's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman? A snow woman, someone put something on the front of the snow thing? I don't know. That's a good question. A snow woman has appendages on the front of her? I don't know. I'm not very good with jokes. And Jason says, okay, I will. Snowballs. Oh, Sharon. Oh, that's a good one. Pork chops and potatoes, says Jason. Ooh, that sounds yummy. I think I'm going to thaw out meat tomorrow. I haven't been eating meat all week. I've been eating eggs because I don't feel like cooking. I go through this after Nikolai leaves. I go through a couple weeks where I don't want to cook at all because it's hard to cook for one person. It's very hard to cook for one person. All right, let's get these blocks laid out because I need to make sure I sew them in the proper direction. All right, let's start with this one first. This block's gonna be gorgeous. What do y'all think about this one? Y'all like this one? Instead of Friday, I call it Fry-yay. Oh, got ya. Now I understand. That's a good one. What do y'all think about this block? It looks good. I like this one. Jaja says, yes, I like the colors. Sewing, hi, Sewing Wolf. She says, pretty. Nice hourglass in a square. Yep. And here's the other one I'm going to make because I have several here already. So I have, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, because I need 14 of them because we have 2 9-patch blocks to put these on. Okay, so this is one of them, and then the other one is going to look like this. And this is the other one. Delia says, you have been busy, Katie. Yeah, I have been working my little tiny off. Oh, yikes. This is Thursday, isn't it? I forgot that I have another Zoom to go to. Oh my goodness. Let me hang on a minute. Oh, okay. I'll just wait and see what happens. We might not be going anywhere. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew these together first, and then I'll do the ones behind it. I forgot that tonight is the 3rd Thursday of the month, which is Cotton Cuts Zoom together, but looks like they haven't got a host right now, so we'll see what happens. Okay. Hop on over to Rita. Oh, I'm so glad to see that thing's working now. Good. If you've not been to Rita's channel, y'all hop on over there and subscribe to her channel and like a few, watch some of her videos and hit the like button to help her grow. She's doing really good with what she's doing. She's coming quite along. Okay. Now we're going to pin this one like this. I'm trying to, so this is the channel sew along that I'm doing right now that we started back in February. For those who don't know about this sew along, it's called Katy's Creative Chaos. The channel helped name it by doing voting. And so that's why it's got the name it's got, because that was the one that stood out the most. And we're going to finish it and finish the top of it in February, because that's when we started it. And so we're coming along, and I think I figured out the size already now that I had a little math help from Teresa. I need to add I'm going to do five across blocks, because these blocks are huge. They're 16 3/4. And I'm going to do 6 down so that it's longer than it is wide. And then I'm going to put a 3-inch board, 3.5-inch border around the whole perimeter of the quilt. And then it will be done. And it'll be big enough to put on a twin bed or on a sofa. But I'm debating on I'm going to give it to one of my grands because it's really colorful and they'll love it. And so I'll either give it to my grandson because he doesn't have any bedding to speak of still. I mean, like I said, y'all heard me talk about Thomas and him. They've been in their apartment now a year after being homeless for almost a year. And yeah, so there's still a lot of things they don't have still. But we're working on it slowly but surely. Someone donated a washer and dryer about 3 months ago, and and all he had to do was find a friend with a truck to go and pick it up, and so they went and did that. And so now he's not having to go to the laundromat anymore, which makes me super happy because that's saving him some money. And now we're looking for a small dining table for 2 because they still don't have one because they have a very small apartment. And well, I don't even know if you call it an apartment. I'm not sure what you call it. But it's small, and so they only need a table that can they both can sit down to eat, because right now they've been eating on the sofa for the whole year. So we're working on that. Chacho says, I said that's where my friend lives. Oh, cool. All right. Okay. I slipped off the side with this one. I had to go back and fix that. Okay, I'm going to get my little trusty seam ripper on this one. Okay, I'm going to check these. These look okay. Let me see if this one's all right. Yeah, this one's fine. It was just that one for some weird reason. It slid off the side for whatever reason. Okay. All right, let's get this pressed open. And then I'll take it over to the iron and we'll get this flattened as well. And let me get a hold of this with seam ripper real quick. I need to take this part off because I realized I made a tiny little error on my seam. So what is everybody going to work on over the weekend? Does anyone have a certain plan of what you're going to work on? Let me know in the chat what you plan on working on over the weekend, because the weekend is approaching fast. And I haven't had a chance to go and see what any new updates for here, but I'm sure there's some that's coming. Well, I bet we'll hear more tomorrow. Okay, let me get this tiny little bit torn out of here, and then it'll be ready to go for pressing. All right, let's get this one open for getting ready to take it to the iron. Much better. That's much better. Katie, I finally saw on our news what you have been talking about. They showed all of the pretty houses, and I told my fiance about it. Yeah. Yeah. John, hang on a minute. I want to share a link with you guys, and this is not a political link, just so you know, but I want you to go watch it because it talks about, it's from Greenland what's it called? Hang on a minute, let me go find it. It's a really great video. It shows you what Greenland looks like through the eyes of the Greenlander. I think it's called Visit Greenland. Let me go find it, okay? Just a minute. It's a YouTube video. It's a really good video. YouTube. And I think it's called Visit Greenland. Because they just uploaded it today. Yeah, I found it. It was it went live 12 hours ago. Sorry. When you have a chance after the live, go watch this, please. And then tomorrow, when I have my live tomorrow night, you can tell me what you thought about it. Hopefully it'll give you a good explanation. She says, I'm working on a Bigfoot mini quilt, says Jaja. Lori says, I hope to finish a quilt kit I started on January the 1st, but year-end paperwork gets in the way. Sharon says she's working on Lori Holt's quilted scarecrow. Delia says sewing machine is put away until I get back to Charleston at the end of the month. I can't wait to see what my hometown looks like because I was born in Charleston, South Carolina, that is. Lori says dinner is done. Time to cross stitch. And let me see. Amanda says probably going to base the quilt and finish a quilt top I started last weekend. Lori says back from the food bank. Glad you're still alive. Jaja says bless you. She says okay, I'll watch it tonight. And Dubrovka said bless you. Yeah, y'all watch the video. And if you want to, you can comment below in their video too. And you know, there's lots of great videos in the Visit Greenland as well. So yeah. She says I'm making mug rugs. Yeah, I want to do a small little mini mug rug sew together where we could maybe we could do like a if we can get enough people to join in, like 12 or more. We need it to be even numbers. You know, that way I can put all the names together and I can say, okay, draw the first name, draw the second name, and these two people are going to trade. Draw the second name, third name. No, I'm sorry, third name, fourth name, they're going to swap. Do like a mug rug swap. Because I think that would be fun. And do it this year. Maybe in the springtime. Okay, here we go. We'll put these two together and then we're going to sew all of them together and then I'll press them and then we'll get started on putting sashing on one side of these blocks, because we're going to put a sashing on one side of these blocks and then we're going to sew sets of 3, and then on one of the sets of 3 is going to also get a sashing on it. Okay, so this is how we're going to sew these. No, we're sewing these the other way. We're not making pinwheels. Okay. We'll go ahead and pin these like this and these like this. All right. Feels like spring here. It's warmed up to minus 25 degrees Celsius, says Dubrovka. Isn't that funny how that happens? It warms up just a little bit and it starts to feel like spring. Just watched it, Katy. Makes me want to visit, says Jean. Yep, it's beautiful. And could you imagine what would happen if that all was wrecked? There would be none of this. That's why this is what the Greenlanders have spent generations taking care of. And that's why I love it here, because life is slow. You notice how they mentioned about life being slowed down? Life is slower here. It's not life in the fast lane. Everywhere you go, you have the ability to just walk out your door, walk down the street a little bit. Or like me, I live on the lake, so I can just walk out to the lake, go down one side of the lake and walk right into nature. Just about everywhere someone lives, there's the ability to disappear into nature just like that. And commune with nature. And this is what they have fought to keep intact. And I love this place. It's so beautiful. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. And peaceful and slow. And, you know, I can't say enough how much it means to me to be able to get out and just be with nature. And I know I sound like a tree hugger, and I don't care if that's how I sound. But you know what I used to do when I was riding my horse? I would go out in the middle of nowhere where there was no sounds of cars or anything else. And me and my horse would be in the middle of that wooded area for hours because it was peaceful there. And that's how I see Greenland. This is a peaceful country. It has been a peaceful country for decades. Well, hundreds of years, actually. It's not a warmongering country. Lori says it's minus 21 here. Where is here, Lori, that it's that way? Sharon says, I had to visit Greenland. The country is beautiful, especially the northern lights. Yep. I also have videos on my channel. If you'll have to go through the playlist to find the playlist. There's one where I went to the ice cap. There's one where there's icebergs. There's some videos where we're off grid totally. Go watch some of those too. You'll see how beautiful it is here, and why we don't, they don't want to be taken over by another country. Where is it -21, Lori? Sometimes y'all have to remind me where you're at. I know where Dubrovka's at. She's in Canada. Where are you at? Are you in Canada too? North of Toronto. So you're also in a generalized area. Okay, gotcha. Hey, or Ontario, is there areas where you can go and see mountains and go nature, go commune with nature? See, I have never been to Canada, so I really don't know what it looks like. I for sure didn't see any freeways. Nope, you're not going to see any. There are no roads or rails between any place that anyone lives. That's why we have to fly in and out of places or get on the passenger ship and sail up the coast. If you live on the East Coast, there's not that even. It's all by flying. And that's why so many Greenlanders also have boats instead of cars, because they prefer to commune with nature instead by hunting and fishing and going to see icebergs and whatever else. They love being out in nature. It's part of who they are. She says she's in northern Ontario and she lives 10 minutes from 100 acres of forest. Oh, I bet it's beautiful. You are, yeah, Dubrovka's in Canada too, Lainey. Me, I'm in Greenland. And right now we are, when last I looked, we are at 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Uh-oh, I did a boo-boo. You know what? I am going to pin this together on the other side and go ahead and sew it. And then I'll rip out the side that I just, yeah. And it looks like I've done that on a bunch of these. Wow. I must have wanted to make pinwheels. How about that? That's too funny. Every one of these I've done like that. What am I thinking? Just running back and forth from the video and then around the house, says Lainey. Oh no. Y'all are hilarious. We might get somewhere here before long. Okay. We might have to hold it. Don't forget what I will let you know again here in just a minute what we're working on tomorrow night, because we're going to be working on the next, we're going to work on block 31. And this one is going to be called In and Out. And it's pretty simple. It's mostly, I think there's 4 half triangles in there. And then the rest of it is squares and rectangles. So it's going to be very simple block, and I think we can have fun with it. And as I said at the beginning of the live, I am going to remake last night's block because I'm super unhappy with the color. And that one's just going to be used as an orphan block. I'm going to leave it like it is, and I will put it in my orphan block box. and we will put it in there, and it's going to look spiffy with whatever I mix it with. So yeah. And now I'm going to take this side out because I don't know what in the world I was thinking. All right, let's get this one sewn. All right, this is weird. Okay. That Lori, you got a lot of snow today? Asked Dubravka. And Lori says, yes, about 18 inches again. So you guys are getting all the snow and we're not getting anything. The amount of snow that you guys already have, is that normal or is that above normal? I never thought that you could get 105 degrees in Canada, but apparently you can. Okay, let me see. What else can I ask about? I have not seen this much snow in 32 years. Wow. So this is not normal for your area. Yeah, it's not normal what's happening here either. We've been seeing a decline over the last 5 years now of snowfall in the winter. Now, I have a feeling what's going to happen is when February rolls through, Mother Nature is going to kick our butts. That's probably when we'll see quite a bit of snowfall, maybe, but it won't stay around very long if it's anything like what it was last year. We'll get like it'll sit on the ground for a week and then the wind will come like it did this week and melt every last bit of it. For us in Northern Ontario, we always have snow, but this year we got 4 feet. It's been crazy, says Dubravka. Do you go, have you ever been skiing on snow or anything like that? Or snowboarding or um sledding? We usually get a little snow till January and then get dumped on. This year, since November the 9th, it has snowed 36 days in a row. Wow. We ain't had maybe 2 days of snowfall. If you're a channel owner, you can share your channel by typing exclamation selfie. Don't forget to share your channel. You're more than welcome to do so. She says, yes, when I was younger in Croatia, I did ski. Now I'm 72. I cook and clean and sew. I've never tried to ski because I'm a Florida girl. And so I was raised in Florida. One time I tried to do waterboarding and I'm like, no. That someone was pulling us on a small board. I don't know what the board's called actually. But I'm like, no. After the first 2 tries with it, I'm like, no, we're not doing this. I just felt like it wasn't safe. And I couldn't see, we were in this really huge lake, and I'd only ever been to Ocean Pond maybe, I don't know, once or twice, so I wasn't too familiar with the lake either, and I'm a little leery about places I swim in anyway. I'll swim in a pool, no problem, but if I can't see what's under the water sometimes, and I've done my fair share of floating down the Swanee River, swimming in the Swanee River like crazy people, and floating down Iskutney Springs and things like that. But with Iskutney Springs, you can actually see what's under the water because it's a 3-mile long river. It's nothing but spring water. But Swanee, you can't really see what's underneath it. But I was young when I was swimming in the Swanee River. I don't think I'd swim in it as an adult. I love the snow too, Amanda. There's times when I don't like it when it starts melting and turns into a big, nasty, muddy mush. But when it's on the ground, especially when it's fresh, the air is so clean and pure and everything's so pristine and white is so yummy. And the dogs are crazy for it. They love it. And Nora, I think, since Coda's been gone, she's not been jumping around so much in it. And I guess because, monkey see, monkey do kind of thing. But I also think she likes the snow. She just doesn't play in it like Coda did. It was like a drug for Coda because he would bury his whole body until you couldn't see nothing but the tip of his tail at the other end and when he'd pull himself out, he would be his whole face. I have pictures of him with snow all over his face. And he'd just be looking at you like, look, Mom, I'm having me a good time. He really loved it. Ouch. She said she wished she had more in Indiana. What part of Indiana do you live in? My first time getting on an airplane, I flew to Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I was totally fascinated by the plants and stuff there. I saw ironwood trees that I thought I would never see in a mature state because Florida has a few ironwood trees, but there's not that many of them. And the only place you can really see a full mature ironwood is in this old neighborhood. Where a bunch of rich people live, and there's like 2 or 3 of them down there. But I saw them everywhere, along with what's the name of that oak tree? I'll think of it in a minute. Several kinds of oak trees, and some ironwoods, and some other kinds of trees. It was really cool going up there to visit. I went to the reason I was up there is because I was part of an IRC group which is an internet relay chat, and it was the newbies group, and we were having our first get together in person, and we had about 30 people that flew to Fort Wayne to go to meet each other, and there was a party at someone's house, and It was a lot of fun. Got to meet a lot of the people I've been talking to on the internet for like 2 years. It was fun. Okay, so hang on a second. I'll show you what these are going to look like. And I'm probably going to come to a stopping point from here, and we'll pick up tomorrow on this, or I'll probably finish sewing some of it tonight, and then I'll show it to you guys tomorrow. And then next week when we're working on this again, because I want to I'm going to go ahead and make some more 4-patch blocks for making the 9-patch, and then because I need to make, let's see, we got 4 now, which adds to the bottom, and that gives me 1, 2, 3. I need to add 1 more row on the width of it, so I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3 more, 3, and then yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll tell you how many I got to still continue to make, but we're still a long way from getting it completed, but we'll be getting there. I think we can get this finished by the end of February, which is where I wanted to finish it off at anyway. And I'll have, then all I'll have to, maybe I'll even have time to get the borders put on it. But at least I'll be able to get a picture of it so that Andrea can get the rest of the pattern written, because she's writing the pattern for me. And I told her she should put her name on there, because all I did was show you how to make it from my head. She's doing all the mathematical stuff and that was used in my thing. And I've learned a lot about this pattern doing this designing in my head thing. I think it's pretty cool what I've learned with it. It's really good when you learn something about when you envision something to be a certain way, and then you discover afterwards that, oh, you know, when you do something the way you want to do it, it might not always come out the way you want it. I mean, the quilt's going to be beautiful. It's not, there's nothing wrong with it. But when I decided to turn them blocks, that definitely offset things. And that's probably why we're going to keep, that's why it has the name Katy's Creative Chaos, because it's going to come, if people will understand its name when they see what's happened in the pattern. But people will have a choice on whether or not to turn the blocks or to turn the blocks. If you don't want that chaos, then you won't turn the blocks. But if you turn the blocks, you're going to have it, because that's exactly what's happened to this quilt. Which is okay. It's all good. Uh-oh, what did I miss? She said, oh, Amanda says she's 30 minutes from there, 1 hour south of the Michigan border. And we're doing weather stuff. 25 degrees in Peking. Oh, I'm from Indiana, but I live in California now, from Indianapolis, Indiana, home of the 500. And then Delia says, we go to the Speedway every May for the 500. Love it there. How many good friends. And then Amanda says, awesome, Lainey. Sometimes the 500 meter is on my birthday. Oh, sometime, yeah. Okay. We stay in our rig at the post 500 across from the track. Hey, Pat, how are you? And Ninja says, as the block turns. Yeah. Okay, this one's sewn together, so you'll get to see these as I press them open. Okay, this is the second one. press and open this third one. I'm going to take them to the iron here in a minute and flatten them. Are you working on several quilts, says Delia? Yes. I have several, I've done several things during the year that we're finishing up on. So we have Katy's Creative Chaos. We're going to be finishing up on the what now is, and I'll type the name of it because it'll sound like I'm saying shaking when I'm not. I'm going to finish up on Shaking Blocks, which is from my from the 1000 block book. I'm 6 away from finishing all the blocks for that. We have Star Climber that me and Sean have done together. And we also have the Stitch It challenge that we've done together that we're finishing up on. Let's see what else. Dragon Fruit, Tulip Pink Dragon Fruit quilt. I'm sewing that I'm making for my granddaughter. So we have that. Let's see what else. There's like 6 or 7 projects that we've been doing over the year. We did Magnolia earlier in the year, and I finished that. I showed that earlier today. That was 2025. Yeah, 2025 also. I sewed I did do a couple quiltings. Did that. Yeah, there's several things that we did during the year. And but I have like, I think 4 or either 5 year-long sew-alongs that we've been doing. So, yep, a lot. Lori says, night all, going to go. Stay warm if you have to. Yep, take care. See you later. All right, let me go over here and press all these. And then we'll have all 14 of these hourglasses that we needed. So for 20, I'll be doing 2 collaborations so far that I've got set up. I'm designing another quilt for the channel Sew Along. I'm working on that currently. And then I'm probably going to add a couple more things to that. We'll see. There's a collab that I'm going to do. I'll be finishing up 2 collabs with Sean. And then we're going to do another collaboration, but it's going to come later. And then I have a collaboration with Shonda and with Cheri that we'll be doing together. And I'm still looking for another collaboration that I want. And then I also will be doing a collab with some crocheters. So I don't have the list yet. I'll be announcing all that next month. Right now, I'm just trying to get most everything finished up and decide on what I want to do for the 2026 year. And I also have a collaboration I'm doing with Becca currently. We had the first night of the collaboration the other day, and then we'll do it again in February, and it may end up toting over into March. But we're doing a paper piecing project together. But her project, her collaboration that we're doing together is going to be a short one. It's not going to be some long-term thing. We're just doing a mini quilt. And so if we don't get it finished in February, we're going to pull it over into March. And that should finalize everything with that one. And it's going to be cute. As soon as I've been working on that butterfly, and I made a mistake on it, which doesn't surprise me because I'm good about doing that. Real good about doing that. Okay. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of these here out, put them together, and we're going to go through them, and I'm going to separate them into 2 piles because we need 7 in each pile. Let me get these out of the way. But first I want to go through them and have a look at all of them so I can decide on how I want to do this. FPP sounds like fun. Yeah, we're making butterflies. So I'm going to look at these because I want to figure out how I want to split them up into groups of 7. And I also have to pick out, and out of those groups of 7, 2 blocks are going to be my cornerstone block. And I don't have enough desk space up here. I think I already see the 2 I want to use as cornerstones. It's going to be a toss-up between a couple of them. And we have these 2. Okay. Can everybody see this okay? So first I'm going to pick out 2 that I want to use as a cornerstone. I think I'm going to use this one as one of them. So I'm going to pull this one out. And I think I'm going to snag, I can't decide if I want to snag this one or this one. So this is the first cornerstone I'm going to choose, okay? So since I like asking questions, I need one more cornerstone. Which one would you choose? The one with the orange or the one with the green? Orange or green? Let me know in the chat. I like this one too. This one right here would make a good cornerstone too. Orange or green? We got Amanda with green, Delia with green, Sharon with orange. So we got 2 to 2. Okay. 3 to 2. 4 to 2. 5 to 2. 5 to 3. Anyone else? You have to 6 to 3. Anyone else? Seven to 3. Hi, Michelle. Anyone else? It looks to me like the green is winning out. Anyone else? Speak your voice before I. Okay, so we have 7-3. So 7 voted on green, 3 voted on the orange. All right, so it looks like the orange goes back in the pile. So these two will be the cornerstones. One for one block and this one, other one for the other block. Dubrovka says, yay, I won, laugh out loud. Okay, now I'm going to kind of start looking at these and I'm going to figure out how I want to, because we have to sew groups of 3, okay? Because we need 2 sets of 3s for each block. So I definitely don't want all this pink in one set. So let's take this and put this over here. No. Yeah. Okay. So what we could do. I don't want to have blue in the same row. So all right. Let's go to this next row. Pink in here. Well, we already have pink, so I need to put something that's not pink in the between this. Let's put this green in between. And then put the pink. No. Yeah, let's put the pink down here. I'm going to put it next to that green. And then we're going to do the orange like this. And let's put this lighter blue here. And then we're going to, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of blue in some of this. But that's okay. This whole quilt is scrappy, so it doesn't matter. But what do you think about each row here? Do y'all like this setup? Thinking here. I think that this needs to be like this. Yeah, that looks better. And we got this pink. And let's see if this doesn't work. Oh, that does look better. What do y'all think? For each, now these are not going to go sewed together. Remember that. This is going to go one on one side of the 9 patch, and this is going to go on the other side, and then you have these. Turn the blocks to make an X. These are not getting sewn together, you guys. Here, let me show you what the plan is, so you know. Okay. So you understand, for those who have not seen me put this together. Okay. So there's going to be 3 here on the top, and then there's going to be 3 down here on the side. Then there's going to be the hourglass up, or this is the cornerstone right here. That's how this is. Ignore what you see. Wait, no, you don't have to ignore that, because this is how it's going to look. I'll sew 3 together and 3 together. And this is going to have, this row will have a small sashing on the top, and then this will have a sashing on the side. Andrea, here's the squares right here. This is the 9 patch block right here. Oh, it's because I have all this other stuff on the table and it's confusing you. Hang on a minute. Let me take this back off again because I think I'm confusing people. All right, I'm going to leave that on the, yeah. I'm going to take this one and put it with this one. And then I'm going to turn this. We'll see how this needs to be turned in a minute. Okay, here we go. Because I think I'm confusing somebody. All right. Which one do I want to use? I think I want to use this. Okay. Andrea, does that help? So we have, I'll be sewing 1, 2, 3 together here, sewing 1, 2, 3 here together. This will be one strip, one strip. On this strip, I'm going to be putting a sashing here in between for this part. And then on this one, this block is going to get us, or I could put the sashing on this side. It doesn't matter which side I put it on. I'm going to be putting a sashing here. And then after everything's sewn together, I'll be lining everything up here for the top. Well, I'm going to sew the short side first, okay, which is usually the left side I do first. And then you're going to sew this whole long row on the top. Andrew says, yes, I see them now. They were not there when I said that. Sorry. Okay, so everybody's less confused now. Okay, so that's going to be this block. I'm going to use these sets here. And then the other, let me show you what the other one will look like so you'll have an idea. And so don't get confused because I'm just going to set things on top of each other, okay? Hang on a minute. It's because it's not sewn together, it's not going to look the way it's supposed to, so be aware of that, okay? But at least you will have an understanding of what I'm doing. All right. Now I'm going to take this other one and show you what that one's going to look like. And here's the second one. I'm just going to lay it on top of the other one, okay? This is this one. Then this is the cornerstone right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to lay out. Let me lay these out first, okay? Because I don't want to get myself all confused here. Because I had already pre-laid them out. Okay. I'm going to take this and put it over here like so. And then this one is going to go, I don't know if I'll keep it in this direction or not. I'll know in a minute. We'll see. I might turn it. Yep, I'm going to turn it. It's going to get turned this way, and then I'll turn this one. And then I'll turn this one. And that's what this other block's going to look like. What do y'all think? You like it? So all I got to do is sew these together, then put the sashing in. Here, let me lay a sashing on top so you can see this. And there you, yeah, I know it looks crooked, but it's okay. You get the idea. What do y'all think? I like this one a lot. I could trade this one for this one. I could put this one down here. Like this. But see, I don't want these two sets here. That's why I put the green in between. Delia says, nice. Linda says, looks good. Dubrovka says, so nice, Katy. And Andy says, ooh, good. Michelle has lots of hearts. All right. Okay. So I want to go participate in another live. Well, watch a live, put it that way. So you see this, and I'll be working on this tonight and probably tomorrow to get at least this done. And then it's a matter I'm gonna try to hang up what I've already sewn up on my blind that I have hanging from the ceiling. We'll try to get it pinned up there so I can figure out the layout of the next several blocks. And hopefully I can get that done. That's a lot of precise work, says Chris. Yeah, but it's okay. It's scrappy, and that's what I care about. It's going to be very colorful. This is interesting. These butterflies make it look weird in the middle. So anyway, thank you everyone for joining my live today. I appreciate every one of you. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all that? You make something beautiful. And don't forget, tomorrow my live starts at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'll be working on block number 31, which is called In and Out. And you never know what colors you're going to see me using, so look forward to that. And also Mona's going to be sewing with me tomorrow, so be aware of that. We're sewing together tomorrow on the live, so come and watch us sew together, and I'll see you guys tomorrow on the next live. Good night, everyone.